I call this meeting to order. Welcome to meeting number 80 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Today we are meeting in public to discuss committee business. For Zoom reminders, everybody's aware of the Zoom reminders this morning. In accordance with a routine motion, I'm informing the committee that all remote participants have completed the required connection tests in advance of the meeting. I will go to Mr. Cerbera. You had your hand up.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Monday to everyone, and back to Ottawa and back to work for our constituents and the residents of our respective ridings. Chair, I wanted to start this morning by moving the following scheduling motion as a basis to begin our committee discussion today. I believe we forwarded the motion to the clerk, who will forward it on to all the honourable and esteemed members that sit on this committee. I move that given Bill C-50, an act respecting accountability, transparency, and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in a net zero economy, and Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland, and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, have been both referred to committee, that the committee initiate its consideration of both Bill C-50, both C-50 and C-49 with the following schedule: that the minister and officials be invited to appear before the committee on Bill C-50 on a date to be determined by the chair, but no later than Wednesday, November 8th, 2023. That the minister and officials be invited to appear before the committee on C-49 on a date to be determined by the chair, but no later than Wednesday, December 6th, 2023. That the members submit their lists of suggested witnesses concerning Bill C-50 by 12 p.m. on Friday, November 3rd, 2023. And that the chair, clerk, and analysts create witness panels which reflect the representation of the parties on the committee, and once complete, that the chair begins scheduling those meetings. D, that members submit their lists of suggested witnesses concerning Bill C-49 by 12 p.m. on Friday, November 10th, 2023, and that the chair, clerk, and analysts create witness panels which reflect the representation of the parties on the committee, and once complete, that the chair begins scheduling those meetings. That the chair seek additional meeting times, and that the meetings be scheduled, if resources available, for up to 3 hours each. That the chair issue press releases for C-50 and C-49 inviting written submissions from the public, establishing a deadline for those submissions. G, that the committee hold at least 4 meetings with witnesses on C-50 before clause-by-clause consideration for C-50 is scheduled. That the committee hold at least 4 meetings with witnesses on C-49 before clause-by-clause consideration for C-49 is scheduled. And I, that the chair set deadlines for the submission of proposed amendments for C-50 and C-49 in advance of the beginning of their respective clause-by-clause considerations, but no sooner than after the completion of the respective witness meetings for each, and that the members of the committee, as well as members who are not part of a caucus represented on the committee, submit to the clerk all of their proposed amendments to C-50 and C-49 no later than 5 p.m. on the respective days established by the chair in both official language, and that these be distributed to members. Mr. Chair, the committee clerk should be distributing this motion now in both official languages, French and English. I would add, Chair, that we've been waiting for the sustainable jobs legislation and amendments to the Atlantic Accord Acts for some time, given they are both introduced before the summer. On C-50 specifically, our study on the topic has already made this committee well acquainted with the subject matter. Now that C-50 and C-49 have both been referred to this committee, it is our obligation as parliamentarians and members of this committee to move forward with examining these bills. That is our job. Legislation has always been considered a committee priority. The Sustainable Jobs Act is a brief 11 pages, self-explanatory, and the committee is well acquainted with the subject matter, and labour groups are calling for its consideration. C-49 is a much larger bill, a very important bill that both the governments of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador are calling on us to advance. It is in the interest of their provinces and interest of our country. This motion lays out a reasonable timeline to begin consideration of both bills concurrently and submit witness lists for both bills for the respective public panel hearings. Chair, it would have the minister appearing on C-50 first, perhaps even this week if we can vote on this motion today, and C-49 in the coming weeks. As mentioned, we believe this motion lays out a very reasonable and pragmatic timeline for consideration of both bills, but if members want a little additional flexibility, we're certainly prepared to consider amendments today. It includes at least 4 public hearings on C-50 and at least 4 public hearings on C-49 for a total, if we have 2-hour meetings of 16 hours and 3-hour meetings in addition to. And it calls for additional time to be added to scheduled meetings so we can facilitate the inclusion of even more meetings. At a minimum, we'd be looking at a month or more of public hearings, which will allow for substantial witness participation. It allows for time. It allows time for whatever is required for clause-by-clause consideration of C-50 and C-49 for the consideration of amendments. It allows for this committee to strenuously and judiciously analyze both bills. Colleagues, I hope we can allow for a vote on this matter today so that we can move forward for the business of the House of Commons, the business of our residents, and the business of all Canadians with regards to this very important committee, and which the matters have been referred to this committee. I thank everyone for listening to me on this Monday morning, and I look forward to hearing everybody's feedback and hopefully moving forward as expeditiously and collaboratively as ever. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sorbera, for your motion. I will go to Mr. Angus online. The floor is yours, Mr. Angus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Angus, can you, there's a point of order.
Yep.
So as soon as you gavelled in the meeting, I had my hand up and was acknowledged by the clerk. So I'm just curious how you determine the order of things in that regard, because I did not see Mr. Angus put his hand up at that point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Patzer. As soon as Mr. Sorbera moved the motion, I saw Mr. Angus's hand up. That's where I looked to next. And then I saw your hand up afterwards. So that's the way I saw it, and that's the ruling.
Okay, but like as the meeting was gavelled in, I had a question and a point of clarity that I was seeking. And as soon as you gavelled that meeting in, I had my hand up.
So I do have recognized you after Mr. Angus. If you want to challenge the chair, if that's your will, you have the will to do that. But that's what I've decided. Mr. Angus is online. He had his hand up, and he will be next.
Thank you, Chair.
Point of order.
Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Chair, we seem to be having a consistent problem now that's just developed, especially rapidly in the last couple of meetings, where you're having trouble seeing what's happening on this side of the table. I don't really know what the remedy to that is, but since we're all members of Parliament, equally duly elected and trying to do our due diligence and our jobs here on this committee for the people that we represent and for all Canadians, I know we all come to this work with that view. I don't know. I will admit, Chair, and having known me for a long time, you'll agree.
This isn't a point of
often
order.
find myself. It is about to be a point of. It is,
Okay, on the point of order.
I want to address this
not
issue.
debate on the point of order, please.
Oh, I was just going to talk. Okay, sorry, you guys, just don't get too emotional. I was just going to actually say I've been short my entire life, so it's very normal for standing in a crowd or at tables. People can't see me or overlook me.
That's not
Is
a
there
point of
something that
order.
we could do with this to ensure that both you and the clerk have an easy time seeing us? And any other remedy that might be required. I think you need to give us one sooner than later to ensure
Thank you.
that you're seeing the hands up here.
Thank you, Ms.
Mr.
Stubbs.
Chair.
I can see
Entirely.
you.
Thank you.
On the point of
if
order.
I could just finish, Chair, since you
On the point of order.
rightfully told me not to interrupt, if I could just finish. I just think we need a remedy so everybody can have confidence in the proceedings here, that the rules and the chairing is even to everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hold on. Thank you. To the point of order. I can see you. You are sitting here. I even brought my reading glasses today, just in case you need to take them off. So thank you. I'll do my best to make sure I acknowledge everybody. I have gone to Mr. Angus. He is online. I did see his hand go up, and so I'm going to go to Mr. Angus.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Angus, we have another point of order, so a separate point of order from Mr. Falk. If you could just hold for 1 minute, Mr. Angus, or a second.
Just further to what Mr. Patzer had indicated, when you gavelled in the meeting, his hand immediately went up. It was recognized. After that, Mr. Cervera tabled his motion, at which time Charlie's hand went up. There was a previous hand up before Francesco started with his motion, which isn't being recognized, and I think that's very problematic.
Point of
So-
order.
Thank you, Mr. Falk. We have another point of order from Mr. Aldag.
I would simply say that you've made your ruling, you've given us a speaking order, you've acknowledged people from all sides, virtual, opposition, government side. If there's a problem with that, challenge the chair. Otherwise, let's move on.
Challenge
You've made
the
your
chair.
ruling. We have a speaking order. I'd say let's move on. We have important business to get to today.
Thank you, Mr. Aldag. Do we have a point of order? Point of order. We have a point of order from Ms. Tubbs.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think that this is an issue that everyone has to, be concerned or emotional about, gentlemen. I just think that this is just a basic matter of fairness and confidence in the committee proceedings and in you, Chair. And to the former chair, I'm like 100% confident, Chair, that you can make these decisions on your own.
Thank you, and I will proceed with the decision I made, and we'll go to Mr. Angus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As someone who spent my life in opposition, I am well used to when legislation comes, it bumps the work of committee.
Point of order.
We have two pieces of
Sorry,
legislation.
Mr. Angus, we have another point of order. If you could just hold 1 second. My apologies.
Yes, we cannot hear the member from Timmins James Bay. I'm just wondering if there's an audio issue that could be checked up here first.
Sure. Mr. Angus, I can hear you through the headset quite clearly. Members in the room state they cannot hear you. We'll just hold for a second until we can ensure that everything's working.
Imagine that. They can't hear me. I could speak lots louder if that helps anybody.
Just 1 second, Mr. Angus. I can hear you through the headphone quite clearly, but I can. I think Mr. Simard says he can hear you through the headphone.
Point of
as
order,
well.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We have to hear the member in the room.
Correct. So we are just looking at that.
So
Thank
I
you.
just want to make sure
Yeah.
about that, yeah.
So just a second, Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus, just hold your thought. We're just going to see if there's a remedy to this. Mr. Angus, if you are ready, please try again, and hopefully we can hear you in the room as well.
I am more than ready. I'm more than ready to speak as loud as I need.
Mr. Angus, hold 1 sec. Just 1 sec, sorry. Mr. Angus, if I can ask you to go from the top, please, just to make sure we can hear you loud and clear.
Absolutely. And if it
No,
if it
hold a
helps,
sec.
I can.
Could I respectfully suggest that we suspend until the audio issue gets fixed? It's important that we hear our member, and I don't think that we need to continue. So I'd say suspend, sort it out, and call us back when it's ready.
Thank you, Mr. Aldag. We will suspend until we can resolve this issue with the audio. So we'll have a 2-minute suspension. Okay. The floor is yours, Mr. Angus.
Thank you so much, Chair. I will begin from the top. As someone who spent my career in opposition, I'm well used to committees having their work schedule thrown out of whack by legislation. Legislation bumps other considerations. We have two pieces of legislation that have been referred to us over the last 2 weeks, the C50 and C49. I think it is essential that we get to them quickly. In terms of C50, we had 26 meetings with 64 witnesses in the preparatory study that led up to the legislation. If you add the emissions cap study, that was 21 meetings and 53 witnesses. The emissions reduction fund, 9 meetings, 16 witnesses. So that's totals of over 133 witnesses on energy issues, 56 meetings, over 112 hours of meeting and analysis. So I think we are all very, very well placed to deal with C50. I'm willing to bring forward our witnesses, but I do believe that at the end of the day, we have to move this, because what we learned over the many, many months of studying this is that the world is moving dramatically fast past us in terms of a clean energy portfolio. Half the world is now past peak fossil fuel generation for power. It is going to be peak CO2 emissions in 2023, and then starting to dramatically put down. In 2022, imagine this, the investment in clean tech matched pretty much dollar for dollar oil, gas, and coal. And that was for the first time. Within less than a year, clean tech investments have almost doubled that of oil, gas, and coal. And if we don't move with a sense of urgency, we are going to be left behind. We cannot allow the sabotage to the Canadian economy, what Daniel Smith has done to the Alberta economy. The Americans are moving dramatically fast. The Chinese are moving. The Europeans are moving. We need to be competitive, or we are going to lose out. So the longer we dither and delay and obfuscate, the more Canadian workers are going to lose out. We have been hearing from Canadian workers again and again. They want this plan in place. So there is a sense of urgency that we need to get moving on. So I would agree with my colleagues to move C50 first, then move to C49. C49 is important. We see massive investments from the Biden administration that's on offshore Atlantic. We need to be able to compete, or we're going to lose out. So I would say that at this point, we have an obligation to the Canadian people. We have an obligation to workers and people who are expecting us to deliver. And we have an obligation to start setting the stage for the future Canadian economy, because it will move. This global capital movement of investment is moving, and either Canada is going to be at the game, or we're going to be left out, and we can't afford that. So I'm ready to move on this. I'm ready to sit down and get to work done as soon as we can and get these bills passed. So the New Democrats will be there. We will be bringing our witnesses. We will be bringing our amendments, and we're ready to get this job done. Thank you.
Mr. Angus, are you done? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Angus, for your comments. We'll now go to Mr. Patzer.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that we have this motion in front of us. I mean, it's a new motion. It would have been nice to get notice of motion in advance. I realize because this is committee business that it's potentially, or I guess it isn't technically required to have notice in order for it to be debated, as the way I understand it. But it would have been nice to have notice of motion. There was one that was debated on Wednesday, and one thing that I'm actually, maybe before we continue, Chair, I guess maybe I'd just like to seek some clarity from you, because obviously on Wednesday we were debating a similar motion, and I had the floor. Now, what the question I have is Standing Order 116-2A, and I'm just seeking some clarity from you on this, Chair, that unless a time limit's been adopted by the committee or by the House, the chair of a standing, special, or legislative committee may not bring a debate to an end while there are members present who still wish to participate. So I'm just curious to know now how it was that meeting, I think we ran out of resources in the room.
Sorry, point of
but,
order.
Hold on.
Point of order.
Mr. Patzer, we have a point of order from Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus, go ahead.
It is parliamentary rules that we cannot be discussing what was said in camera unless the committee agrees to it. So Mr. Patzer would be violating that by making claims about what was or what was not said and done in a meeting that was in camera. So I think that we need to make sure that he does not make references to work done in camera. A motion is before us. We need to address that.
Thank you, Mr. Angus, on your point of order. Mr. Patzer, I would just make sure that, because that was an in-camera discussion, that you do not comment on anything that was discussed in camera. And to your question, the meeting was adjourned, and we are now to a new meeting here today in public.
Okay, thank you. Now, I mean, what the reason why I was wanting to raise this off the top was because of the reference to a speaking order. I'm not going to talk about what was said in camera, but I was just curious about the speaking order issue. This was why I'd raised my hand as soon as you had gavelled the meeting in, because I was curious about. Yeah, so I was curious as to why at the start of the meeting, when as soon as you gavelled it, and I had my hand up to try to just get a point of clarity on that front. But no, I got your. I respect your point on the in-camera portion, right? Obviously, we can't speak about what was in camera, what was said, but I guess the main, just out of respect for colleagues, I think it would have been nice to have notice of this new motion in advance, so that way we would have had as much time as possible to be able to prepare for how we would want to address this. I think at this point I will end my remarks so we can get on to Miss Stubbs here. So yeah, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Patzer, for your remarks, and we'll go to Ms. Stubbs.
Thank you, Chair. As my colleague has pointed out, of course, this is a new motion, an attempt to ram through scheduling complete with dates and timelines. It presupposes the number Canadians who must be heard, and how long that will take on two bills. And so, of course, as we explained before, that's before all of those details are worked out, like witnesses, and until we all hear from every Canadian who would be impacted by these various bills. In the case of C-49, of course, people with many different livelihoods and those impacted provincial governments in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland do, of course, want this regulatory framework. That's one reason why, of course, this should come first, including come before C50, including the fact that it was introduced, time allocated, and passed second reading all before C50. And of course, also regarding C50, I am aware that this committee did study on it. I think I came into the committee on the back end of that. But of course, given the importance and the scope and scale and significance of C50, which is at once a plan to plan to plan jobs and skills training, but is actually about a fundamental economic restructuring to a top-down central planning, 5-year planning approach that will immediately destroy 170,000 jobs in the oil and gas sector, impact the livelihoods of 2.7 million Canadians otherwise, and cascade through the entire economy, which is what the internal documents of the NDP Liberal government show. And of course, we warned on the carbon tax that the same thing would happen years ago. So these bills are extremely significant, and Conservatives can't possibly support, before we have had a discussion on all of the Canadians who must be heard from on all of these bills. We can't ram through a scheduling motion right now that is
Point of order,
is
Mr.
full
Chair?
of dates.
I have a point of order from Mr.
I'm just
Stray.
about to get to
we have a point of order.
amendment.
Quickly,
Oh,
so
sorry.
by mentioning, I just want to make sure the committee understands and get the facts out that this is not, this is not a programming motion, it's a scheduling motion. There's a difference. I had the same scenario last year with C13 official languages, and the Conservative Party argued about the differences. So I would suggest that you understand the difference. This is a programming motion, a scheduling motion. Sorry, Paul, and to make sure, because the last time with C13 official languages, the internal filibustering lasted like 8 sessions. On just that point. So this is a programming and moving legislation that's in the House to the committee, which that's what we need to do. So the scheduling is the scheduling. So
Thank you for your point of order for Mr. Stray on what's being discussed here. Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Tubbs.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my colleague for explaining that to me. You can see, sort of even as you were explaining it, how easy it is to mess those up. So I appreciate that advice and that friendly and constructive criticism of what I've said here. I can certainly tell you one thing, though. The people of Lakeland definitely didn't send me here to worry too much about, our navel-gazing inside baseball, fancy parliamentary procedures. They just want me to be here to fight for their livelihoods, for their communities, and I think so do all Canadians. So, Chair, as I was saying, these are the reasons our position remains the same, that that the order must, when we are discussing these bills coming to our committee and the precedents that they must take, it is blatantly and blindingly obvious that C49 must be first because the Atlantic premiers wanted, and then C50 must be after that. We cannot agree to timelines. We cannot agree to clause by clause. We can't presuppose how this is all going to unfold because Canadians must be heard. But of course, the most pressing and most urgent and biggest issue that this committee ought to be dealing with, and that certainly the government should have addressed by now. I mean, I can only imagine if a Supreme Court decision was made that called the vast majority of a cornerstone, significant, wide-ranging, sweeping bill. Imagine if a Conservative government had rammed through and then passed a bill that's been on the books that the majority of the Supreme Court of Canada then said, hang on a second, the vast majority of this is largely unconstitutional. I mean, I can't imagine the outcry. Well, I think we all can. So, of course, the most urgent issue of all for the Prime Minister, but since he won't do it, I guess we've got to try to deal with it here in committee, is to deal with this decision that this decision on C-69 and fix the bill and fix all the problems that Conservatives warned about. And so did all provinces and territories, and so did Indigenous leaders, and so did private sector proponents, and so did municipalities, all of them, when it was leaving the House of Commons. And then, of course, Alberta pursued a court case against C-69, primarily focusing on jurisdictional division, a warning that Conservatives gave on C-69 would become a problem. But of course, importantly, Alberta was supported by 7 other provinces through this charge. And what happened, of course, was when the Alberta court said, yeah, Alberta, you're right. This thing is unconstitutional, just like Conservative official opposition members said when it was in debate, and just like thousands of Canadians spoke out about 5 years ago, this thing is unconstitutional. The Prime Minister, of course, immediately said he would appeal it to the Supreme Court. And what just happened a couple of weeks ago is the Supreme Court said, yeah, Justin Trudeau, you're wrong. These 7 provinces are right. Get this thing fixed. Now, on Friday, the Minister of Environment, he said, I guess you guys are going to get around to that in the next couple of months. But what's terrifying is that what he said he'll do is take this approach of this interim guiding principles. Well, I would remind everyone that that's exactly what they did in our first term when you Liberals froze all of the existing major projects across all aspects of natural resources development. You froze all those applications for 2 years, threw the economy and the sector into utter uncertainty, disarray, lack of clarity, and frankly, fear. And the consequence of that was, over the years, losses of literally billions of dollars of projects that are especially important in remote, rural, Indigenous, and low-income communities. I'm getting there, Charlie. And so this is how important this issue is. This was all ignored. And the Supreme Court now has said it's a big deal. So now the Environment Minister is saying, well, we'll get around to it in a few months, but right now we're going to do these interim guiding principles. But that's what happens the first time. It caused chaos for 2 years, an absolute collapse in oil and gas investment, collapses in all that investment in clean tech that's done in that sector, the destruction of hundreds of thousands of jobs, and of course, with particular harm in Alberta, Saskatchewan, parts of BC, and Newfoundland and Labrador. But of course, because of the importance of the leading private sector investor in the Canadian economy, and still to this day, despite all the hostility and anti-energy, anti-development, anti-private sector policies, still remains also Canada's top export and underpins the entire Canadian economy, including obviously TSX, the importance of energy stocks there, people on Bay Street and people in Toronto need to be worried about their jobs too.
Ms. Stubbs, we have a point of order from Mr. Saray.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague for her lengthy intervention. Mr. Chair, I think we should go back here to the motion itself. Also, the Impact Assessment Act is environment, so I just wanted to clarify that. And also, I just want to clarify also from what the colleague mentioned about no limit on meetings. The motion, I know maybe we'll just receive the motion itself, but the motion does say 4 meetings, and there's no max. So I just wanted to clarify the facts about what's being said. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Saray, for providing that information, and I'd ask Ms. Tubbs to the relevance, keep it relevant to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I certainly will. I'm sorry that it's lengthy. I'm just trying to map out for all Canadians why it's important we do the first things first and get this right, but also why it is so important to every single Canadian in every single province and region that we do this. So I would just comment, of course, because my colleague Mark we sat together on this very committee between 2015 and 2019 when I was in my first term, and I don't know. Oh, you were in your first term too, yes. Mark was in his first term. And of course, during that time, I was also the vice chair, and I happened to be at that time under different leaders, also the shadow minister for natural resources. So I remember well the introduction and the debates on C-69. And of course, the fact is that that bill was announced in a dual way with both the environment and the natural resources minister involved. And since the Liberals also do want to, and I know Charlie does, since the NDP Liberals do want to assess C50 through this committee, I certainly want to do that too. But the trouble with, the caution about C69 being environment is that, of course, C50, the just transition, of course,
Thank you,
C50, the
Ms.
just
Stubbs.
transition,
Ms. Stubbs, could we
was
just
also
hold?
jointly
We have a point
announced
of order
by
from
Environment, Labour,
we have a
and the
point of
Natural
order from
Resources
Mr.
Minister.
Angus, so I could just ask you to hold for 1 sec so we can
Sure.
hear the point of order. Mr. Angus, go ahead on the point of order.
Thank you, Chair. I've been listening very closely, but we are debating Bill C50 and 49. We're not debating Bill C69, and I think the issue is that we have a motion before us. We have to address that motion. If Ms. Stubbs wants to bring another motion and we finish the legislative agenda, we can actually deal with that and see what we can do. But right now, she's diverted from the topic at hand. So I think either she moves on and lets another speaker speak, or she speaks to the motion.
Thank you for your point of order, Mr. Angus. I encourage members to be succinct and keep on the topic of the motion. Ms. Stubbs, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, I apologize for the length at which I'm dealing with this issue. It's just that it is crucial, of course, to the livelihoods of the people that I represent, to my relatives and my family members in Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Ontario. And I know each and every member of Parliament here takes that seriously for their own constituents and also for all Canadians. So it might seem to Charlie that this is irrelevant, but it's not, and I'll just explain why. Of course, we are talking about the order of and the scheduling, as Mark had pointed out to me. We are talking about the scheduling that will dictate the order through which we do our duties as members of Parliament and assess the bills that must take precedence over our already existing work. So, of course, the reason that we are saying C69 must be dealt with urgently, frankly, by the Prime Minister and by the NDP Liberals, it's shocking that that actually hasn't happened in a tangible way yet. But what else is new? Now they're just going to add more uncertainty and a lack of clarity. But I'm also talking about C49 and C50 because that's germane to this exact motion that has been dropped on the table here, and it is the content of the scheduling that we are discussing. So another reason, of course, that C69 is so germane to
Point of order.
to the legislation that's coming
Ms.
to
Stubbs,
this committee.
we have a point of order from Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus, go ahead.
Thank you. The rule in Parliament is you can't do indirectly what you're not allowed to do directly. So the issue is Ms. Stubbs is making the argument that her motion on C69 needs to take precedence, but she's doing it by referencing the motion that's there. Right now we have a motion. The motion has to be voted on. Then Ms. Stubbs can bring her motion and we can debate that.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order.
Time to actually override.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Point of
Mr.
order.
Angus.
49.
Mr. Angus.
So we need to have this finished. So
We have
I
a
would
point
urge
of
her to
order
stay
from
focused.
Mr. Patzer. Go ahead, Mr. Patzer.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Mr. Angus is having a problem with his internet connection there or not, but I think he should keep track of what we're actually talking about here. Ms. Stubbs has not moved the motion. Actually, she is speaking to the government's motion that they have put forward to schedule committee meetings here, and she is talking about the relevance of the particular bills, government bills that are ahead, before us, and why we, as Conservatives, as opposition, want to prioritize which bill
Mr.
in
Patzer,
which
we're
order.
getting into debate, so I got
Mr.
your
Angus
point of
should
order.
just stay on point as well.
Thank you for your point of order, Mr. Angus. Thank you for your point of order. Once again, I'll remind members to try your best to stay on topic and be succinct so other members also have an opportunity to participate in this debate. It's a very important one to discuss this motion. Ms. Stubbs, back to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that, and certainly appreciate all of the input and the advice and the constructive criticism, about all the intricacies about all the rules here in Parliament. I, of course, you will all know me well enough by now to know that I certainly do have to brush up on that stuff, and I thank everybody's input. But I certainly will never stop fighting for the people that I represent and for jobs and for affordable lives for every single Canadian in every corner of this country. So as I was saying, I hope that I have made the case so far as to, in response to this motion that we have received today to dictate the scheduling for this committee, without the facts that we need to know in advance and why we must do it in this order. So let me just explain why the C69 issue must be prioritized because of how it's related to C49. So I'm not sure if all members of this committee yet have had a chance to read C49. An issue you can imagine is near and dear to my heart as a person whose mother came from Newfoundland and family is there and whose father came from Nova Scotia. In fact, my grandmother was the first woman mayor of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, so certainly near and dear to this first generation born and raised Albertan. And those provincial governments want C49, but this is the problem, and this is why the government has been so negligent not dealing with this and sitting on their hands since the Supreme Court said a law that the NDP Liberals both voted for has been in place and unconstitutional. C69 is, and sections of C69 are embedded verbatim, identical language, no less than 33 times in C49. So let me just say that again for why it's so important that these things be ordered in the way that they are. The Supreme Court of Canada said that the most cornerstone, most significant piece of legislation that the Liberals, the Prime Minister, the ministers at the time rightfully said was their flagship, their most cornerstone legislation underpinning resource development, which, as we know, I know every member on this committee agrees. You know, people like Vivian represents a riding that is very dependent on natural resources development, on mining. She's a champion for those people. I know that it's important. You know, for every Canadian in every region, and it's important to people in Toronto too. For example, because of the impact of energy stocks and the TSX and how many jobs are dependent on that. So the issue here is that this bill is still in law. It's sitting there. It's largely unconstitutional. The government is not fixing or responding to it in any kind of efficient way whatsoever. The Friday announcement.
Point of order.
The Friday announcement was...
Ms. Stubbs, we have a point of order from Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus, go ahead on a point of order.
I hate to keep interrupting, but we are debating 50 and 49. Ms. Stubbs wants to continually debate 69. That is not the issue here. I've reached out to her office and said we're more than willing to bring forward a motion, but she doesn't have a motion. She can't off-end what's being debated now. So I would suggest, Chair, that we keep it focused. We could be here all day, all night, perhaps. We have to get this motion passed so that we can get down to committee business. So it's C50, C49. That's what we're discussing.
Thank you, Mr. Angus, for your point of order. I'd ask my colleague to keep the relevance to the motion at hand, C50, C49, and what's been presented here today.
Point of order?
Point of order from Monsieur Sabera.
I'd just like to do it after Mr. Angus before Ms. Stubbs begins, and I don't want to interrupt her. To the bills at hand, C49 and C50, and to the motion I read out, and thank you, Parliamentary Secretary Saray, for the differentiation between the scheduling and programming motion. It's always good to have a refresher. We do operate here on committee in the House under the standing orders. I think we all know that. There are a set of rules. Within those rules, we debate and bring forth legislation and do the work that our residents voted us to send us here to do. So I would agree with Ms. Stubbs on that fact. I would actually like to ask MP Stubbs if there are amendments to be brought forward in terms of the motion that was put forward. We can work together collaboratively to ensure we invite the witnesses that both all parties wish to invite, so we can look at the legislation. If there's things that the official opposition wishes to bring forward, we're obviously here to work together, to work collaboratively, to get through the legislation that the House has sent us, and it is our responsibility on this committee to look at these two pieces of legislation. With regards to
Mr. Cervera, I just want to make sure we're not getting into debate, so just on the point of order.
I'm just going to say, I'm just asking if there are amendments that Ms. Stubbs would like to bring forward. We definitely would like to look at them and consider them, and we would move forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cervera and Ms. Stubbs. I think our colleagues are asked, through the point of order on amendments, if you're going to be tabling any amendments, but the floor is yours. I'd once again just make sure we keep it to the motion at hand, keep it succinct so other members have an opportunity to participate in this debate, and just keep it focused on the motion. And if there's an amendment, great. We'd love to hear an amendment if there is one. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Certainly, of course, if the schedule wasn't table dropped on the same day and we were all serious and honest about collaborating and working together and, doing our jobs on behalf of everybody and viewing each of us as equal with equal voices and equal roles, we wouldn't have to be doing this in real time in public right now, but here we are. It's also funny, Charlie's comment is odd because he at both times, didn't he? He suggested that I didn't have a motion about C-69 in his last comment, except the comment before that, of course, he said that I did. So I guess we'll just leave that there. It's hard to get slippery sometimes, it's slippery here. So the relevance, of course, C-69 to C-49 is that C-69 is in C-49 33 times. So there's a reference to C-69 33 times in C-49. So this is, again, why I am saying that, the 5-alarm fire, absolute priority for this NDP Liberal government and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, certainly anybody from resource-based ridings, but everybody who knows the outsized importance of all kinds of natural resources development, which underpins the economy, which gives jobs and opportunity to Indigenous communities, often where there are very few. The same thing for remote and rural and northern communities. Often resource development is the only option that people right across the country have for jobs, for businesses, to support their families. And it is the key driver for decades in Canada, being the key driver to close the gap between the wealthy and the poor in Canada. It's extremely significant. So when we have these sections in Bill C-49 that references C-69, things like this. Among other provisions, the unconstitutional sections 61 to 64 of Bill C-69, as per paragraph 163 of the majority Supreme Court decision. By including these parts of Bill C-69, this risks massive litigation, delays, costs, and uncertainty. That's something the Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador premiers and all of those people certainly don't want to see happen. This is why they do want a certain and clear and predictable regulatory framework for their provinces and for the private sector, and also why they insisted on ensuring that provincial ministers would have a say, not only federal ministers. So, Section 64 of C-69 is determined by the Governor and Council's determination. Section 62, based on section referral to the Governor and Council. Section 61, as per the factors of public interest, which is Section 63. So in terms of Section 61 in Bill C-49, as it relates to C-69, it's this. This section, therefore, incorporates the unconstitutional conditions of Section 64 of Bill C-69 into the licensing, approval, and authorization process. Section 62 of Bill C-49, this entire section incorporates the designated project scheme, which was found to be unconstitutional in paragraph 204 of the Supreme Court decision.
Mr. Chair,
in
point of
section
order.
169 of Bill
Ms.
C-49.
Stubbs, I'd ask you to hold. We have a point of order from Mr. Saray.
Honorable member, again, 2 points. One is referring again to 669 and the Supreme Court decision. No, you mentioned 5 times the other, and the government. We have committed to bring legislation in to look at that.
Point of order, Chair.
Court, and then I just wanted. She mentioned several
point of
times
order.
the premiers.
Can you hold one sec? We have a point of order on the point of order. Okay. It's on the point of order.
Yeah,
Mr. Patzer on the point of order.
Yeah, just very quickly, I think it's extremely important that all members recognize and realize that within C-49 there is no less than 33 references to C-69. So therefore, they are intertwined with one another. If the government would have got this right in the first place, it would have made things a lot simpler. So
now,
and what she is reading is text
Mr. Patzer.
from C-49, not C-69.
Mr. Patzer on the point of order. Let's not get into debate. I understood what you mentioned in the point of order. I'm going back to Mr. Saray, but on the point of order.
Correct.
Let's keep it not into debate on the point of order.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, the motion itself, again, we talk about C-50, C-49. The member says, she seems to have issues with C-50 being first and okay with C-49. But I would remind all members that the motion itself is concurrence. We have the opportunity to bring the minister to talk about both motions. Actually, the minister could have been here today. Could have been here in the next session. And to talk about both motions, C-50 and C-49. So this is important. And again, as colleague Francesco mentioned, if there is a motion, or an amendment to this motion, I encourage the member to do so. If not, we can move ahead on these 2 important legislations that the committee has a responsibility to do, and it's good for jobs and it's good for Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. Saray. And I would ask all members once again, I know I've said this a few times and I'm going to keep saying it, let's focus on the motion at hand, make sure our conversation and debate is about the relevance of the motion on hand. I think that's motion at hand. Let's make sure that we focus on that. And Ms. Stubbs, I know you're discussing a number of items here related to the motion. Let's try to keep it within the confines of the motion at hand, okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
No problem.
Sorry, the floor is yours, Ms. Stubbs.
Okay, thank you. Listen, I just got to admit to everybody here, I'm sure it will surprise no one who has known me for a while. I was one of those people where my report cards always said very conscientious and very good performing student, but, talks a little too much. So please forgive me. I'm still that same passionate little, well, they used to call me a hyena because of my ridiculous laugh, but anyway. So, as my colleague Jeremy Patzer pointed out, and I thank him, what I actually was doing right before the point of order was reading from C-49, and I'm just a bit concerned about members. No, I want to word this properly. I don't want to be. I'm concerned about what seems to be a lack of awareness or understanding about how all of these things are connected and the fact that they are. And so relative to this last-minute table drop attempt to dictate the schedule for this committee, this is the case I'm trying to make in a thorough and comprehensive way, so I can't be confused of, so I can't be, as is often the case, attacked for talking in slogans. Like, Canadians want to see that their MPs actually know what they're talking about, I think. So that's what I'm trying to do here. So I actually was reading from C-49 to show everybody here, because it is germane to this scheduling motion, why C-69 absolutely is the 5-alarm fire emergency to deal with first. And then C-49, which is actually the NDP Liberals' own agenda. It reflects the way these things were brought into the House of Commons. So I don't even understand why I'm having to make the argument that we just follow the script the NDP Liberals,
please? We have a point of order
schedule
from
the NDP Liberals already
Mr.
set
Angus. Go ahead, Mr. Angus, on the point of order.
I mean, each time we get told that the Conservatives want to debate C69, and then somehow they use C49 and then 50 as their platform to discuss 69. That's not what we're discussing. The motion is 49 and 50, and we actually have the opportunity to bring the ministers here so they can question them, and I think that would be
Point of order.
be into those fireworks. But this is
Point of order, Chair.
Using
Mr. Angus, sorry, if I could ask you to hold, we have a point of order on the point of order. Mr. Patzer,
Maybe he doesn't understand my point.
Mr. Patzer, you have a point of order, on the point of order.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Mr. Angus can hear what's being said in this room. I know we had an issue hearing him earlier because Mrs. Stubbs is reading from the text of C49. She's reading about the bill C49. So it's a big bill. It's a long bill. There's a lot of substance in that bill. So maybe we should have a listen to what Ms. Stubbs has to say because she actually knows what she's talking about and has a long
Mr. Patzer, on the point of order,
and background
please.
in natural resource policy.
Thank you. I would also ask members, point of orders, let's not use point of orders for debate. It's all members. This is not for one member specifically. This is for all members. I know the point of order can sometimes go into a little bit of debate, but let's try to keep the point of orders focused on the point of order and let the debate be focused on the debate with the individual who has the floor. Thank you. Sorry.
Speak to that point of order as well?
Well, you have a point of order?
To the point of order, yeah.
To Mr. Patzer's point of order, or
To Mr. Angus.
Angus is okay?
Because that's the point of order we're talking about.
That's right, but I just want to be clear. On the point of order, Mr. Falk.
Yeah. You know, I've sat here fairly patiently and listened to Charlie Angus interrupt committee several times on a point of order. And he always talks about relevance that Bill C-69 is being referred to. Well, the problem is that Bill C-69 is so intertwined in both 49 and 50 that it needs to be referenced in order for Ms. Stubbs to build a proper roadmap to try and explain to the committee why the schedule that they've proposed.
Mr. Falk, we're getting
It's not something that we can
into
support.
debate now, so I just want to be on the point of order. I think you've made your
Okay.
point clear.
Well, my point, Mr. Chair, is that Mr. Angus shouldn't be interrupting committee.
Okay, and I will ask, all members have the right to use a point of order for a point of order. But I will once again say that members use their time in debate on relevance, being succinct, and debate the motion at hand, because that's what we're here to do as parliamentarians, to debate the legislation that's been brought forward on the motion that was brought forward by Mr. Sobrera. Ms. Stubbs, the floor is yours for you to continue. Unless there's any more point of orders. I don't think there is. So the floor is yours to continue.
Okay, I see Charlie's hand up again, so he's maybe just planning on calling a point of order before he's even decided, or maybe it's old, because I always forget to take my hand down.
Sorry.
I don't
point
even know
of
how to
order.
unmic myself
We have
still
a point
half
of
the
order.
time.
Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Angus, on the point of order.
Well, I was just waiting to be in the speaking order. If I'm not going to get in the speaking order today, I'll take my hand down. But it is my right to have my hand up online if I am in the speaking order. But if there is not going to be a speaking order, Ms. Stubbs, I don't mind. I'd take it down. If we're going to go all day into the evening, I'm willing to sit. So
I have acknowledged that you are on the speaking order a bit of a ways after a few speakers. So I will acknowledge you when your time comes. And if you've changed your mind, you can let me know at that point. And thank you. Ms. Stubbs, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I certainly did. I certainly apologize if I gave the impression I didn't intend to suggest that Mr. Angus shouldn't be able to speak here at this meeting. I just noticed that his hand was up, and you had said I could continue if there weren't any other point of orders. Oh, I guess you can see in the front of you. I was just looking at it behind your head, Chair, so I thought I would mention it. Yes, yes. I don't have that angle. So anyway, of course, I would certainly not. I certainly would not, on this side of the table, vote for censorship or shutting people down or not allowing people to speak. I'm just endeavoring to make my case in a comprehensive way, and it's certainly not. I would just say, it's certainly not our job as the official opposition and the Conservative Party of Canada to fail to argue, to do our due diligence, and to ensure that members of Parliament deal with these consequential pieces of legislation in a rush and in a hurry just because others want to get their agenda through on their own timelines, which they're trying to dictate in real time to this committee. It is not our job to help that happen. It's our job to fight for members of parliament to do their duty, to do their due diligence, and to make sure we get things right and we do first things first. And so again, I'm confused about why I'm having to make the argument to the NDP Liberals about the order of these bills coming into committee, which should be C49 and then C50, since of course the NDP Liberals introduced and time allocated and then passed second reading. In the case of C49, with 7.5 hours over 2 days of debate, that's it, in the House of Commons. And that was passed on October 17th. They took a very similar the Prime Minister and the NDP Liberals took a very similar tactic to C50, the just transition, which at last minute they're calling sustainable jobs because they're afraid about the fact that when people realize what it is, they don't like it. So C50, of course, was introduced and then time allocated with also very little debate on the floor of the House of Commons, and that passed on October 23rd. So I'm actually making the case even for the NDP Liberals' own legislative schedule and agenda in the way that they brought these pieces of legislation forward. I find myself kind of in the position of thinking, like, guys, just take yes for an answer. Let's do the order you already outlined. So again, back to C69. Now, I am going to read from C49. I know there was a technical issue, but C49.
Ms. Stubbs, if I could ask you to hold for a second. For a point of order from Mr. Saray.
I just wanted to address my honourable colleague when you're looking at obviously C50, C49. And she and the Conservative members want to bring in C69 into the debate, and you'll have an opportunity with this motion. This motion, as I said, will invite the minister. You'll be free to ask questions about C69 and how it intertwines with C50 and C49. So let's ask the minister those questions. Plus, as the honourable member knows, you'll be able to invite a lot of witnesses to come to the committee. So she references what's happening in the House, but we have the bills and right now one could argue that the Conservative Party is delaying the witnesses coming in to speak on C50 and C49. So I don't quite understand the honourable members are bringing forward, because we have an opportunity to bring witnesses and talk to the minister about exactly the issues you're bringing forward. Isn't that what we want to do here as legislators in the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Saray, on the point of order. On, I guess, just relevance, I think he was going to on the statements being made.
On that point of order then,
yes.
Mr. Chair? Yeah. Again, I just want to remind colleagues that Bill C69 is directly referenced no less than 33 times in Bill C49, so it is relevant, and it is unavoidably part of why C49 is being discussed right now. The two go hand in hand together, so it is absolutely relevant.
Thank you, Mr. Saray and Mr. Patzer, for your point of orders. Once again, I will ask members to keep the relevance and be succinct with your comments. And so, Ms. Stubbs, there's no other point of orders, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I would just note, of course, while I certainly value the input from every colleague and member of Parliament at this table. It's certainly not Conservatives who have voted for, the censorship measures or the shutting down of online news that Canadians can access. Conservatives have always opposed those kinds of things against the NDP Liberals. So I certainly wouldn't suggest that I would be trying to shut down or censor anyone here. So I guess one observation would be, though, that I probably could get through my comments much more efficiently if people would stop interrupting, but that's their right and I respect it. So let's go right to the motion then, since everybody's urging me to do that. It's about time, did you say? Pardon me? Congratulations, yeah. My husband hates my bad ears, imagine. So, thank you for congratulating me to getting onto the point that you want me to get onto. So, I will just finish, if I could, Chair. I know you're trying to give me every opportunity, so maybe the others around here could, help a guy out and let you give me this opportunity that you're so generously offering. I will just finish my explanation, though, about what else of C69 is in C49 to make the case that C49 has to come before C50. So here's another section here's another fact about C49. Now, perhaps if there was more debate in the House of Commons, all of this would have been wrestled out. But again, it was introduced, time allocated, debate was limited, and here we are. So here we are. Bill C-49 also incorporates Section 64 of Bill C-69, which was
Mr. Chair,
ruled
point of order.
unconstitutional by the Supreme Court of Canada.
Ms. Stubbs, if I could ask you to hold that thought.
I really,
Sure.
really, Mr. Chair, I really hate interrupting my honorable colleague, but, we got to get some facts on the table. So the Conservatives table a concurrence motion to cancel debate on C-50. So I would kind of kindly, like when she talks about us stopping the debate, I mean, there was a concurrence motion to cancel the debate of C-50 in the House of Commons by the Conservatives. So we have an opportunity here in committee to get the witnesses, to get the ministers to debate the issue. So I don't understand why there's a delay here. I don't understand why the delay. So is this a filibuster? Like, what's happening? Why is there a delay here to get this legislation looked at by witnesses and the minister?
Point of order noted. Thank you, Mr. Saray, and I'm hoping that Ms. Stubbs, through her remarks, will get to that.
Well, from my humble perspective, there does continue to be a delay for my ability to do just that because of all the interruptions. But we'll see. We'll see how far I get this time, Chair. So here's another section of C-69 that is in C-49, which is why C-69 has to be dealt with first. I'll get to that in a second. And then C-49 and now C-50. So as I was saying, Bill C-49 incorporates Section 64 of Bill C-69, which, of course, as we all know, again, was ruled unconstitutional by the SCC, called largely unconstitutional by the majority of the Supreme Court. Section 64 of Bill C-69 is fundamentally connected to the consideration of factors set forth in Section 63 of Bill C-69, which the Supreme Court made clear at paragraph 166 represents a, quote, unconstitutional arrogation of power by Parliament. So this is the fact. Now I'll conclude on C-49, hopefully. Bill C-49 has incorporated all of these proposed decision-making processes and facts into several sections in C-49. So given that the decision-making power and the entirety of the, quote, designated project scheme are unconstitutional, what the risk is, and lawyers will certainly litigate this, the risk is that components of Bill C-49 are also unconstitutional as written as well right now. This is why the government had to actually deal with their massive mistake, disaster, and mess on C-69 that they were warned about, that's been unconstitutional law for 5 years and has caused untold destruction in communities, the economy, and jobs and businesses. That's why that has to be dealt with first. And then C-49, because that then flows to us being able to deal with C-49, knowing and being confident that these sections from C-69 have been fully corrected and fixed. So it seems to me that there's no way that we can really do our due diligence on C-49 unless that part is fixed first. And of course, C-50, because of the topic, is relevant. But it's not the same as C-49, where literal sections and words verbatim from C-69 that have been declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court are in C-49 as written. So it's in C-49 as written when it passed the House of Commons. That's why Conservatives opposed. It's in C-49 right now when it's going to come to us. So this is why we're making this issue. Now, the worst part is, Mr. Chair, C-49 already had all kinds of problems even before this decision, because it does have lengthy, uncertain, it already had these lengthy, uncertain timelines with all kinds of opportunities for political intervention. It tripled the timeline. C-49 actually triples the timeline for a final decision on offshore renewable energy compared to petroleum. And of course, this bill deliberately, because the NDP Liberals do want to shut it down, that's what the Just Transition is about. Of course, it is a death knell for offshore petroleum developer because of all the uncertainty, the lack of clarity in the timelines for private sector proponents, for provinces, for workers in the sector. Those were already problems in the bill. If we had had more debate in the House of Commons, maybe we would have wrestled all this out and know about it. But now with that Supreme Court decision, which was an utter indictment of the NDP Liberals' cornerstone major legislation that impacts the entire economy and Canadians everywhere, this is now urgent. I can't get my head around how we can accept, like how we are able to assess C-49 if, given that it contains these various verbatim as written sections from C-69 that have now also been declared unconstitutional. So to the scheduling motion, this is why conservatives and we in the official opposition, who were elected by more individual Canadians in the 2021 election and in the 2019 election, we might just remind everybody that we're not actually in a majority government scenario here, but we are in a
point of order.
Minority government with a costly coalition collusion between the NDPs and Liberals, while the NDs also try to pretend we're still an opposition party.
We have a point of order from Ms. Lapointe.
And I will be brief. On the motion that we are debating here before us, I'm asking, does MP Stubbs have an amendment to make on the motion that speaks to dealing with two bills concurrently?
Thank you for the point of order, Ms. Lapointe. I think Ms. Lapointe raised in her point of order, if you have an amendment that you're bringing forward, Ms. Stubbs, just to make sure if I think members of the committee would, if you are, I'd like to hear it, but also the floor is yours to be able to provide your debate on this important bills that are the motion by Mr. Cervera that was brought forward on C-15, C-49. Through your debate, if you can allude to an amendment, if there is one coming, that would be great, and if not, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate so much you give me the opportunity to do this, because I know, in your riding in Calgary that you represent many oil and gas workers and oil and gas businesses and families. So I'm sure that's why you also believe that this is a very critical and crucial discussion for the people that you represent. Of course, since we're both Albertans, and I've been working on this file for a long time, as I did before on these policy issues too, as I did long before I was elected, as you may know. I'm certainly very familiar with Calgarians and their values, their priorities, and their deep concern about all these bills too. So thank you for this, for despite all the interruptions which are delaying this point, for still giving me the time to address this. So thank you. And I do have an amendment, but I, as you can see, I feel it's my duty, and given the delay on dealing effectively with C-69, I really want to make sure I'm making the comprehensive case to Canadians and to all the members here why we certainly cannot support this scheduling motion as written and as was just brought to this committee with no notice to any of us and seeks to dictate every single aspect of the work and the timelines of what we do in this committee. So here's the issue. So I hope that I've already addressed why failing to deal with C-69 is nuts and destructive to the country. The way that C-69 is in C-49, which certainly will open it up to litigation and delays, which no person in Atlantic Canada or the premiers want, because they want to clear, C-49, because they want to clear predictable regulatory environment for both offshore petroleum and offshore renewable energy. So that's why they want the bill, and they want the provincial ministers to have the say. They don't want this all just to be cooked up on the back door by federal representatives. So I hope that I've explained why those two things are linked and why C-49 has to come first, of course, according to the NDP Liberals' own schedule through which they brought the bills in the legislation, brought the bills through the House of Commons, which was C-49 first and then C-50. And of course, the arguments about other ministers or other ministries aren't really relevant on any of them, since C-69 was a joint initiative by the Environment and the Natural Resources Ministers. C-49 was the same. And of course, C-50, the Just Transition, which will be a transition to poverty, was also brought forward jointly by the Environment Minister, the Natural Resources Minister, and the Labour Minister. So. To the schedule that the NDP Liberals have put on the table today to dictate every single aspect of the work of this committee, here are the problems. For C-50, we've got this date. Oh no, this one's good. If we can get the minister, I think actually the minister maybe hasn't been here for a while, so I really appreciate that. So we do have this date for him to come, and of course he should come on a whole bunch of other reasons. That's cool beans to me. But let's go down here. We got the minister again. That's fine. But the problem, so, I mean, we should have the minister in, obviously, as soon as possible, as this motion does outline, definitely. But here's where we start getting into the problem, right? So there are dates here that then are tying us based on those to the other work that we have to do to ensure that all Canadians who will be impacted by all of these bills will be heard. And they must be heard because these are the House of Commons and the committee is our job to demonstrate our diligence, to demonstrate accountability, to do the work that Canadians expect of us to pass legislation that, for example, won't be litigated till that kingdom come and won't be declared 5 years later to be unconstitutional. Like, we don't want to do that again. So I'm sure we all agree. So this is why it's so important that we do our jobs, and one can, I think, understand that even though parties and various groups and the government have been working behind the scenes, and they have. I mean, that's how things get developed, for a year or 2 years on C-49 and C-50. The issue is for Conservatives, as the official opposition, of course, our tools are to litigate that and to do our due diligence in the House of Commons and in committee. And we, in the official opposition, Conservatives, who also did gain more votes individually from individual Canadians in 2021 and in 2019, we haven't been working on this in the back doors with NDP Liberals and various other groups for 1 to 2 years. So the only thing that we can do is fight for the ability to be able to do our jobs on behalf of the common sense and common people who have sent us here. That's our job. I hope that this helps explain why we can't possibly support this scheduling motion that is aiming to drive through and dictate every step of what we do next on this committee. So, Vivian, you asked me if there was an amendment, and there is. So let me get to it at long last. Unless members are still unclear why I am making the case that C-69 is so important, and the fact that C-69 is in C-49, and why C-49 must come first, and then we must do C-50. Is anyone still questioning that?
From the top.
Are you unclear, John?
Well,
Maybe from the top.
or you guys seem clear. So certainly not a further delay, but I understand, Mark, that when you have the official opposition who hasn't been included or involved in any of this work, and they're now really trying to do our job, are really trying to do our jobs as members of Parliament, as the official opposition. In my case, as the vice chair of this committee, as a shadow minister for natural resources, my colleagues representing the Saskatchewan riding, Manitoba riding, and a colleague Earl, who's been here, I think, the longest of any of us, and he represents an Alberta riding. And Mario, he needs to do his due diligence for his constituents. I understand that my colleagues and the NDP Liberals might find this inconvenient. They might be annoyed at this. I mean, this is democracy.
Point of order.
And I guess it's a hassle, but it
Ms.
sure
Stubbs,
is better than anything else, isn't it?
We have a point of order from Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus on the point of order.
Yes, I've been listening closely, and I've been told there's an amendment. Is there an amendment? Yes or no? Can we move the speaker on to someone else who has something to say?
Mr. Angus, can I ask you to just put your headset down? We couldn't hear what you said. Yeah, just adjust it. Thank you.
Thank you. How is that?
Keep talking.
Keep talking. Keep talking. Is it better here?
You're good. Go ahead. Once again on the
Thank you.
point of order, just to make sure we heard you.
My point of order is I've been listening carefully, but I keep getting told there's an amendment coming, but it just seems to be this long, drawn-out stall. We have work to get done.
Point of order, Mr.
People
Chair.
are expecting us to get this dealt with. Every time I try and speak, the Conservatives shut me down. But I'm asking, is there an amendment, yes or no?
Point of order.
Give the
Mr.
floor to
Angus.
someone who wants to speak to this.
We have a point of order from Mr. Patzer. Mr. Patzer on the point of order.
Yes.
Point of order to the point of order.
Yes. Well, yeah. At the start of his intervention, we were unable to hear him. Now, when all of us have done Zoom committees, Zoom Parliament, and as you said at the start of the meeting, that the members have all done their sound checks. Now, the member has dropped on and off of the call numerous times. His headset has been on and off numerous times, therefore making his sound check, I would say, null and void. I'm just curious to know. I mean, at what point do we say, okay, you have to keep that headset on and keep from moving it because you're wrecking that sound check, which causes issues for interpretation.
Yes, thank you.
And unnecessary delays.
I would thank you for the point of order. Every member has the ability to participate remotely. Mr. Angus has been cleared with the pre-work for checking his headset. There's nothing wrong with his headset. Sometimes the mic just needs to be adjusted, and he's loud and clear in the room. And the member does have a right to take off his headset and put it on if he needs to get his ears some air. So I would respect that. We respect the members online as equals, just like we do in the room. And the member does have a right to make a point of order. So do you have another point of order, Mr. Patzer?
I do. I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Chair. I'm not trying to impugn the member's ability to be an equal over Zoom. I'm merely suggesting, though, that in the interest of timeliness, but also in respecting interpretation, that taking one's headset on and off constantly and boom up and down makes that approval of the sound check, because as we go through the sound checks, quite often it's a matter of adjusting the boom and making sure things are proper.
Sorry, Mr. Angus, you have a point of order on his point of order. Go ahead.
Chair, it's this continual game that's being played here to drag this out. The question was, does she have an amendment, yes or no? If no, I think, Chair, we need to move the speaking order to people who actually want to speak to this legislation and this motion so we can actually get work done on behalf of Canadians and workers.
Thank you, Mr. Angus, on the point of order. And I, once again, just want to make sure we don't get into debate when we're having these point of orders, because they're not meant for debate. The speaking order and debate is meant for debate. Mr. Dreeshen on the point of order. Mr. Dreeshen, on which point of order? There's been a number of point of orders. Are you referring to Mr. Angus's, Mr. Patzer's, or Ms. Stubbs? A point of order to Mr. Patzer. Yes.
A few moments ago, Mr. Cannings was in to take the place of Mr. Angus. I'm asking the clerk, had he been checked in, or has Mr. Angus considered to have been on the committee for the full length of time? My reason for, and he's off the line now, but my reason for asking that question is, if he has been subbed out, would that then change the order of speaking?
I've been here.
Sorry, Mr. Dreeshen, thank you on the point of order. There was no substitution
Thank you,
made.
that's what I asked.
All right, every parliamentarian, just like others in the room, have the right to be in the room. And Mr. Angus has been a member in great standing in today's meeting and others that I've seen. Thank you.
If I could just quickly respond. The point is that many times, if one has to leave, they have someone else that is subbed in. If that is officially done, and that's all I was asking, is if it was officially, because if it was officially done, I believe my point of order is accurate.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Dreeshen. As mentioned, Mr. Angus has not left the meeting. He's been participating in the meeting since the start of today's meeting. And we will continue on with the meeting. Yes, as mentioned, members do have the right to enter the room and leave the room, as many do. Like to follow the proceedings in the Natural Resources Committee because we're debating some, really talking about some important topics and an important motion on the floor brought by Mr. Cervera on Bill C-50 and C-49 that we're discussing today. And I want to make sure that Ms. Stubbs, because she, I think, is alluding to that she might have an amendment or might be wrapping up, I don't know, but so others may get a chance to have the floor. And so others can debate. I know others are eagerly waiting to get involved as well. Ms. Stubbs, there's no more point of orders. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. Listen, no harm, no foul on the headset things and all those things. It's just amazing, you know. Even I think on Friday I was in a call and I, forgot to unmute myself. Like you'd think this far in we would know these things, but here we are. Again, colleagues, I hope that I have made an effective case to you and all Canadians about the importance of this work and why we must put first things first in this common sense approach to our scheduling for this committee, especially because it's so important to bring home affordability to combat the cost of living crisis that the NDP Liberals have caused, which they even admitted as of Friday with their temporary sham of a relief of the carbon tax for only one area, which pits Canadians against each other, which is their MO. But obviously all these things are interconnected and they are extremely important, I agree. And as conservatives and as our leader, Pierre Poilievre, has always said, we want to accelerate both traditional and renewable energy development and exports and technology in Canada. We want to light green projects and make Canada the supplier of choice of all kinds and sources and technologies of energy for our allies around the world. And we also want to bring home energy security, self-sufficiency, and affordable power and fuel bills, especially for people who have no other options, which is the case for so many Canadians right across the country. So that as it's connected to C-69, as it's connected to C-49, as it's connected to C-50, which all work together as in different ways are going to hold back and roadblock and gatekeep both traditional energy development and renewable energy development, which will cause a brain drain and limit the innovation and entrepreneurial and private sector creativity in Canada, for which we are world-renowned, to develop the fuels of the future and to continue the energy transformation that has been going on for decades among oil and gas workers and energy developers and energy workers and innovators in Canada. All of these things are extremely consequential, certainly to our ridings individually, but to the entire country as the resource development based economy and country that we are, that we should be proud about. We should be proud about. So I do have an amendment to the NDP Liberals programming motion that seeks to dictate all of the work, unilaterally complete with dates for our committee. And again, I would note is the opposite of the legislative way that they brought these bills through in the first place. So it still doesn't make any sense. But anyway, I would move that before the committee consider Bill C-50, the just transition, you'll know that there was only one committee witness that called it sustainable jobs, and it was quite clear when the NDP Liberals put their documents out, they had done a last-minute copy and paste everywhere that it said just transition to replace it with sustainable jobs. And of course, that's because Canadians first didn't know what the just transition was, but then once they found out, they sure didn't like it. So, of course, the NDP Liberals are masters at words and words over action, and certainly tried to slip that in and pull the wool over everybody's eyes. I suggest that's not going to happen here, but we'll see. So to that end, I would like to propose an amendment to this programming motion by the Costly Coalition as such. Before the committee consider Bill C-50, that it, 1, first undertake the following study on Bill C-69. Pursuant to Standing Order 1082, the committee undertake a study of the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling that Bill C-69, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator to amend the Navigation Protection Act.
Ms. Stubbs, we have a point of order.
This is my amendment.
That's not an amendment. That's an attempt to bring her motion that's already
No, I'm
out
amending.
there to supplant.
He's talking about
this
an old motion. I'm not talking about that motion.
No, this is the same tactic
No, it
she's
isn't.
been using the whole time.
Point of order.
So, noted, Mr. Angus noted your point of order on what you've stated.
Point of
Once
order,
we
Chair.
hear the full motion, we can have that conversation in terms of that. Mr. Patzer on the point of order.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, my colleague is not moving a motion. She is introducing her amendment to the government's motion, and it's not up to members to determine if it's a motion or an amendment. It is an amendment. The member said it's an amendment, so therefore it's an amendment. So she's trying to amend the government's motion, and I would humbly ask all members to just listen to what she has to say and see what her amendment is to the government's motion. Thank you.
Point of order.
Okay, sorry, we have a point of order by Mr. Aldag on Mr. Patzer's comments, a point of order on the point of order? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Aldag.
I fully support hearing what the motion is that's being put forward, or the amendment that's being put forward. I do find it really difficult to follow when it's being put in there with all of the additional commentary that's being added. It's colorful, it's enlightening, but it is difficult. Yeah, so I would ask Ms. Stubbs, perhaps if she's going to put forward an amendment, to give us the amendment and perhaps speak to any other contextual information or reasons, but I'd like to hear what the amendment is, and then we can deal with it. I think that will help us keep moving the conversation forward. Thank you.
Go ahead. Sorry, Ms. Stubbs, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Now, let me just say one thing on a personal note. You know, I'm a person who does not believe in special treatment for women, does not believe in quotas. The vast majority of the people in Lakeland didn't elect me because I'm a woman. I think they elected me because, A, they're principally mostly conservative, and second, because I hope at some point I'm doing a good job for them and earning my keep. But I sure do appreciate all these older guys constantly interrupting me to tell me what to do, to tell me how to say things and what to say things, and how to say things and what to say and what to do. I hope after 8 years I have somehow gained some kind of credibility as a substantive and fair dealing member of Parliament in the course of my work. I admire everybody
Point of
here,
order.
and I admire people who are.
Sorry,
speaking,
we have a point of
it's
order.
Odd.
Ms.
Like
Stubbs,
it's
Ms.
just
Stubbs, we have a point.
maybe
I'll ask you just hold.
Maybe if the young woman could just
one
finish
sec.
my point and get to the
I
amendment,
know.
which I was reading
We
right
have
before.
a point of order, so if you just pause. Mr. Angus, go ahead.
Actually, it wasn't me. I think it was Mr. Alday. But if
Oh,
you
sorry.
stated
My
motion,
apologies,
you
Mr.
have
Angus.
to
I thought
hear
it
the
was you.
motion. We haven't
Mr.
heard the motion.
Aldag, my apologies. I didn't hear your point of order. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'd like to say if that comment's aimed at me, I take huge exception to it. All I ask for through the point of order is that we hear the amendment in its entirety so we can deal with it. And if that's being taken as a slight, I just think that it's a way of trying to move the conversation forward, and that is respectfully the request that I'd make. And I think that it's being completely misconstrued for perhaps another false social media clip that Ms. Stubbs loves to do about what happens here. So I'd say let's get the amendment on the table, and we can entertain it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aldag on the point of order. Mr. Patzer on the point of order.
Well, I find it really interesting that after what has been said, that would be the comment that would come that is presupposing what my colleague is going to do, regardless of, and she was already in the middle of her motion, and to presuppose that she's only trying to take a dig at somebody for a social media clip, that's actually very, very low and very belittling, John. I would, I hold you in much higher respect than that, so I'm actually quite disappointed in you making that comment. I'm going to cede the floor to my colleague so she can actually get to the amendment that she's trying to make to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patzer, on the point of order, but we're not going to go to Ms. Stubbs yet, because we have another point of order by Mr. Falk. Mr. Falk on a point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And further to that point of order from Mr. Aldag there, you know, I was listening to Mr. Aldag, and I was just kind of waiting for an apology to come up, although I realized it wasn't coming, and I thought, okay, he's made his point and he's done it very eloquently, until he referred to my colleague, Ms. Stubbs, as using this as an opportunity to present false social media content. That's absolutely out of order. That's absolutely out of order, Mr. Aldag, or through the chair.
So let's not get into further debate on the point of order. Are you?
I think his point was being well received, and then he had to take that little jab at the end to make a false accusation of my colleague here, and I think that was very inappropriate.
Thank you for your point of order, Mr. Falk. I'm going to go to, hold on, we have a point of order by Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus on the point of order.
Thank you. This is all very interesting, but what we see is this continual obstruction that we've raised the question. Does she have an amendment? Will she read the amendment? If she reads the amendment, then we can vote on it. Otherwise, we're playing games here. And so I would like to hear the amendment, and that's what my colleague, Mr. Aldag, asked for. We need to hear the amendment. I believe the amendment, there's serious issues with it, but I'd like to hear it, and I've not been able to hear it.
Thank you, Mr. Angus. I think folks want to hear the amendment. We've heard that from a few point of orders, and we're getting many more. But Mr. Patzer, you also have a point of order. So I'm going to go back to you on a point of order, and then hopefully there's no more. We'll go to Ms. Stubbs so we can hear the full amendment without interruptions. But go ahead.
Absolutely. I hope that she's able to get to the full amendment, and perhaps you might want her to start from the top on the amendment, Mr. Chair. But I'm just going to remind you, Mr. Chair, of Standing Order 117 on decorum, and that is up to you to maintain that. And when we have members making egregious comments, it is incumbent upon you as the chair to maintain the decorum of this committee, and I would hope and trust that you would do that in the future and not allow this committee to devolve into chaos with members saying unbecoming things of other members.
Thank you for your point of order, Mr. Patzer. I think all colleagues around the table here have, in their best abilities, conducted themselves appropriately, and I just hope that we proceed in that manner, stay focused on what we're studying, on the amendments on hand, and not pull away from the partisan or political stuff that we sometimes hear. But I do want to hear.
Point of order.
Yes, I do want to hear the full amendment. So point of order, Mr.
Yes,
Angus.
This is just procedural, given that it's taken, I don't know, X how many long without hearing the amendment. We are running out of time. Will you be able to secure resources so that we could sit through question period, so we could continue sitting, so we could finally actually hear the amendment? Because I don't want to come up to 1 o'clock, still not have heard the amendment. Can you actually look in with the clerk to see maybe we need to sit through question period, maybe we need to sit into the evening, but I don't know how long this amendment's going to take, but I'd like to know that we have the resources so we can finally hear it.
Thank you, Mr. Angus, for putting that forward. If committee members so choose to sit through this meeting and into, as you mentioned, question period or through the evening. That's up to the will of committee members. If that's the will of committee members, I can ask the clerk to look at further resourcing to ensure that that is available for committee members to do so. And that is to the will of the committee. And if that's an ask, I can make that ask with the clerk of the committee to make sure we do have additional resources. We can look into that in the meantime. Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Angus. Now, I don't see any other point of order scanning the room. Ms. Stubbs, you had an amendment that you were partially way through that you paused on, so you can continue on where you're at on your amendment.
Chair, thank you for clarifying that. I was just wondering if there was a way that we could quickly pull up like transcripts or Hansards in real time, because as you just said, that's right. I had already started reading the amendment. And it was after I started reading the amendment that my colleague John Aldag first point of ordered and told me to get on to the amendment. And then I responded. And then he did another point of order. And you're right, I had already started reading the amendment. So I might suggest that I'm actually not the delay here. But in case I have to clarify, you have a lot of experience in both public, I think you know this about me, Chair. I have a lot of experience in both the public, private, and post-secondary sectors precisely on energy and resource policy. That's what I did for the vast majority of my career before I was elected. So it's certainly why I'm informed and knowledgeable about it, but it's also why I'm passionate about it. And I'm particularly passionate about it because, of course, I represent about 100,000 people across 35,000 square kilometers, 52 municipalities, 4 First Nations, and 4 Métis settlements, and 5 First Nations, all of whom depend on resource development for their livelihoods and their future. So that's why I'm so passionate about it. So I guess I'll have to start from the top, where I was already reading the amendment before I was interrupted twice and then being accused of the one delaying. Sometimes this happens, you know, when, I don't know, I know sometimes it happens to young women and also old women when they know things about a certain topic, and then men still want to tell them how to talk about it and what to say and how to say it. I would note I thank my chivalrous and respectful conservative male colleagues who are responding as they should in my defense. And, you know, other people on the other side should question, I guess, themselves about the words versus their actions and their fake feminism. So I'll continue the amendment that I had started before, if that's okay. Is that okay? Oh, John, I'm just wondering if it's okay, because you interrupted me twice before when I already was reading the amendment.
Point of order. Go ahead, Mr. Aldag, on the point of order.
Are comments not to be directed through the chair? I don't think it's appropriate doing this. We've all said we're interested in hearing the amendment. I think that it's up to the person speaking if they want to continue to delay and try and deflect to others. We've all said we're ready to hear, but perhaps comments should be directed through the chair.
I will take a moment now. Thank you for the point of order, members. And normally I do this preamble at the beginning of a meeting that all comments be directed through the chair. So I would make sure that all comments are directed through the chair. So thank you for the point of order, Mr. Aldag. Ms. Stubbs?
Thank you so much, Chair. I know everybody's got to keep working on me with these rules, because I'm so hell-bent on representing the people of Lakeland and just focusing on the best interests of Canadians and ensuring their lives are affordable and they can have a country where they are back in control of their lives and they can afford their essentials and they can capture their dreams. And, you know, so I'm sorry to be so passionate about this, but to you know, and maybe a little bit light on all the specifics about the rules. But I certainly think the people of Lakeland want me to be fighting on the issues I'm fighting on. So to that point then, through you, Chair, could you maybe check with Mr. Aldag if he's okay for me to start again reading the amendment that I already was reading when he interrupted me twice before? While also accusing me of delaying, which of course is gaslighting, right? It's gaslighting.
Given you the floor to read your amendment. I had offered you that courtesy to do so. and the floor is yours to proceed with the rest of your amendment that you had started, because I believe you paused partial way through. I just want to make sure that the clerk and the interpreters can follow the amendment that you are placing forward, so committee members will have the ability to examine your amendment and provide good debate around it. If we could go back to your reading in of the amendment.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me that opportunity. It's so bizarre. I mean, I know the NDP, the Liberals do favor censorship and dictating what people can say and see and these sorts of things, but it's all muddled up if you want to accuse a person of delaying and not doing a thing that they actually were already doing, and then you interrupt them twice. So as you have just suggested I will go back to the amendment that I was already reading. So I'll start again. 1, first undertake the following study on Bill C-69. Pursuant to Standing Order 1082, the committee undertake a study of the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling that Bill C-69, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act, and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act. I mean, all Canadians can see right there why this is such a big deal, right? And to make consequential amendments to other acts, even more. This is how big of a deal it is that that bill's been law and unconstitutional for half a decade. So first undertake the following study on Bill C-69. Pursuant to Standing Order 1082, the committee undertake a study of the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling that Bill C-69, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, is unconstitutional. For the purposes of this study, the committee, A, hold at least 5 meetings, B, invite the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources and the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change to appear for 1 hour each, C, report its findings and recommendations to the House, and D, pursuant to Standing Order 109, request that the government table a comprehensive response to the report. Then, number 2, complete its consideration of Bill C-49. Unfortunately, we have no option except to do it this way, since this motion for scheduling was brought to us today. Of course, the Parliamentary Secretary to Natural Resources did reach out to me over the weekend about planning the schedule for this committee, and of course, I got back to her and I just said that our concerns remain the same, and our perspective of why this must happen in this order remains consistent with what we've said before and is what we're saying today. And of course, it makes sense because it's the exact order the NDP Liberals have brought their own legislation in.
Do you have a point of order, Mr. Angus?
Yes, I don't believe this is a proper amendment because, again, it's attempting to hijack the amendment by introducing a motion that Ms. Stubbs had wanted to bring on Bill C-69.
A point of order?
Completely circumventing. Let me finish. So I don't believe it's in order. And also it leaves off
point of order,
which was part of the amendment. So in order to address
point
this,
of order,
Mr. Angus, can you hold a sec?
Chair, I'm not even allowed.
Point of order
ever because Mr.
Point of order
continues to interrupt.
Point of order.
Patzer, hold 1 sec. Mr. Angus, I've heard what.
I'm trying to get a clarity on this.
Yes, and I'm gonna go to Mr. Patzer on a point of order while I get clarity on your point of order, if that's okay, Mr. Angus.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Go ahead on the point of order.
Yeah, thank you. Now, there was actually a speaking order to the amendment, and for something as substantive as what Mr. Angus is trying to do, when he has his turn on the speaking order, then I think at that point is when he can discuss what exactly it is that he is trying to do. That point of order correct me if I'm wrong, cannot be used to do what he is trying to do, which is ruling her amendment out of order. Now, when he wants to have his turn to speak, he can put his hand up and he can join the speaking list, but you already do have a speaking list. And if we're going to get into substantive debate on this amendment, we need to follow that speaking list.
Thank you, Mr. Patzer. I think he did raise a valid point, and I have asked the clerk for clarity on that. So I did want to hear what his point of order was, just because it was a procedural question that he asked a point of order on. But I do appreciate you advising as well on the procedure, and we'll try to get some further clarity. I believe, so thank you for the point of orders.
Point of order, Mr. Chair?
Yes. Okay,
I just
Mr.
want to
Saray.
be very specific. We have a motion on the floor. So we have the motion, and then we have an amendment to the motion. Can we ask the clerk, is this admissible, yes or no, before we even go?
Thank you, Mr. Saray, on that point of order. It's my understanding that Ms. Stubbs has added those items to these items as additional points of an amendment that it's added on to this.
That's not the original motion. There's parts that are different, so I can address this if you want.
I would, I mean, from my understanding, you've added additional points to the existing motion that's on the floor.
What I just did was move an amendment to the programming schedule that the NDP Liberals brought to this table today. What Charlie is claiming is that I am moving the same motion that I moved on, or that I spoke to on October 25th. It is materially not the same.
That's right.
What I am proposing right now is an amendment to the programming motion brought by the NDP Liberals to dictate every single thing about this committee. It is not the same. And if the clerk needs, I can certainly provide both versions of the motions that I moved on the
Point of order.
the 25th, and you can the amendment
order.
that I'm moving today to the Liberals program. No, I've been cut down. I'm just going to finish my sentence.
Just one second.
Can I
He's
just
got-
finish my sentence
No,
for
you
once
can-
today?
You can, but he has a point
Just
of
for
order.
once.
I do need to
Point of
acknowledge the
order.
But we're
member.
talking about what I'm doing, and I can explain.
I know,
it.
but
Okay.
1 second.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Mr. Angus, on the point of order.
Well, throughout this, Ms. Stubbs has been mischaracterizing deliberately that this motion was brought by the NDP. It wasn't. We're trying to debate it. This is brought by the Liberals. So I think if we're going to have an issue of basic respect here, if she's going to continue to throw in these kind of comments in, I think you have to call her out. This is not, the NDP did not bring this motion. We're trying to debate this motion. We're being shut down from these constant games that are being played, but this is a Liberal motion. So I think, Chair, you need to keep reminding her so she doesn't use this in a way that misrepresents what this
Thank you, Mr. Angus, for your point of order. Just for reference for colleagues, it was a motion brought forward by the Liberal member, Mr. Cervera, and that's what we've been debating from the onset of this meeting. We have been asked by members, and I think Ms. Stubbs also just asked for the clerk, advice from the clerk on this issue. So I just will go to the clerk to get his comments on the question that was raised by Ms. Stubbs.
She didn't ask for advice from the clerk.
I did.
She knows what she's doing.
Sorry,
I asked.
Mr. Saray did ask for advice from the clerk, specifically if her amendment, to be clear on what was stated in the amendment and how it pertains to the motion on hand. Ms. Stubbs, for clarity, if you can advise your amendment where it would be inserted in the motion that's on the floor, where the insertion, where are you adding it as an amendment specifically to the motion on the floor so the interpreters can follow along, but also so the clerk can ensure that your amendment is tabled appropriately within the existing motion. So if we could get that clarity for you, or if you could provide that clarity, that would be much appreciated on, just so we can ensure that it is presented properly.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Did I get all the way through the amendment? It's hard to tell now at this point.
I believe you did,
Okay,
but
I
that
did.
question was
So-
raised on a point of order once you were
Oh,
done.
fantastic. So
Yeah.
at the end of the motion. At the end of the Liberals programming motion. I know. You know, I apologize for suggesting this was the NDP Liberals motion. It's, you know, I hope that I can be forgiven since, of course, there's a backroom coalition agreement to prop the Liberals up until 2025, even though more Canadians individually voted Conservative in the 2021 and 2019 election. And so I apologize for making the assumption that this was from the coalition partners who are working together to drive their agenda through all aspects of Parliament.
Point of order, can we ask, Mr. Chair, can we ask the clerk for if it's admissible? And if it's admissible, can we make sure it's sent in both official languages? And then we should suspend to if it's admissible. So we have to ask the clerk his advice, and he should give us his advice.
Chair, I would be okay too if Francesco, who I think you brought the programming motion originally, right? Given the amendment that now I've had to just put in public because you guys brought your motion in public. I'd also be open to it going wherever you want it to go. I just thought at the end, or potentially, it could go after. My colleague is saying right before Section A, but since you brought the motion in, I'd be happy to collaborate and work with you on that, as you said in the beginning when you moved the motion. And to any colleagues, of course, who are worried about anything going on here, I don't think that we have to be concerned about it all, because, of course, it's all happening in public with the full, sunlight as a disinfectant and shows. And it's
Ms.
supposed to be sunny ways, we thought. And, so all Canadians can see what's happening here.
A moment here.
Thank you.
Two questions raised on the point of order by Mr. Saray. If members do require it in both official languages to follow along, that's one question. But the other question is it the will of the committee to continue? Because Mr. Angus had previously asked for timing, and we're at about 1:03, if my eyes are correct, on the clock. We do have, to the delight of members, I'm sure, extended time of services currently till 2:30, so we can continue to that point. But if it's the will of the members of the committee to continue till that time, we'll continue. And if it's the will of the committee to ensure that we get it in both official languages, we can make sure that that happens as well, so committee members can follow along. So if I see it's the will of the committee to continue, it looks like it is. Yeah. So we have some members wanting to continue and some wanting to not continue. We will need clear acknowledgement from members that we do want to continue. So if I could have members wanting to continue as of now until 2:30, maybe longer, but as of now we do have resources to continue. Could you raise your hands that you want to continue? I have Monsieur Simard. I have Okay, we have a majority of members do want to, anybody who does not want to continue, make your objections be known now. So we will be.
Mr. Chair, like,
One second.
we have no problem either way to get this done.
Ms. Stubbs, I just want to make sure that committee members know. Committee members have voted to continue. So we will keep continuing currently up till 2:30, and if we get additional resources, we can continue beyond that as well. My second question was, do members require it in official languages? Because that was raised by Mr. Saray. Yes, we do. We do require it in both official languages.
Point of order on a procedural note, Mr. Chair. Just a quick point of order.
We have a point of order. So members, colleagues, we are working on getting it translated, and we're hoping to have that shortly. So on the point of order, Mr. Patzer.
Yeah, so I just, under the last chair, because we had this issue when we were going through line by line on reports and whatnot of just assuming that the will of committee was as such and carrying on without actually going to like actual recorded votes. I know you quickly just said hands up for this, hands up for that, but I'm just wondering, would it be proper to do an actual roll call vote to make sure that people understand what is actually happening and going on?
Well, I think it was quite clear on members. Everybody raised their hand that they were in favor of continuing on, and I asked at that point if members were not in favor, and I had acknowledgement from the members that weren't. Nobody, that was not asked by members, so I proceeded in that manner. But in the future, if committee members want a roll call vote, they can ask for that at that time. So we will continue on.
Point of order?
Yes, Mr. Angus, on a point of order.
Sorry, not to belabor things in terms of resources. If it's being translated, should we suspend for 5 minutes? Secondly, that might give you a chance to see if it's time we can get resources for longer than 2:30. I think it's very important that we get Bill C-50 debated and back to the House. So if it takes longer, then maybe we need to see if we can obtain more resources. But I'd leave that to you, Chair, and to our wonderful clerk.
So, colleagues, I will look into further resourcing that Mr. Angus has proposed to go beyond 2:30. I'll ask the clerk to do so. And we are working on translation. So what I propose is we suspend for a few minutes to see what we can find out. And at that time, we can come back and continue on. And so folks can go to a quick washroom break if they need to as well. So we will suspend for a few moments and 5 minutes, and we'll resume back at 1:15. Thank you. to resume debate. For all those watching at home, we have an amendment that's being placed by Ms. Stubbs. And Ms. Stubbs, the floor is yours on the amendment that you have placed.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Sorry to, as we came back in, to do so on a point of order, but I'm just wanting to make sure that we've actually received the motion in both official languages, because that was the whole point of why we paused, and I still have not received an email confirming that we have the motion in both official languages. So I'm just curious if that's been circulated yet.
The motion has not been circulated yet in both official languages. That's my understanding.
Chair, point of order.
On a point of order by Monsieur Cervera.
Chair, if we can get clarification from the honourable member, an esteemed member, whether their amendment was for the back of the motion I presented earlier this morning, earlier this morning, or in the middle of the motion that I presented.
Okay, so on the points of order, I've addressed the first one. On the second point of order by Mr. Cervera, I think clarity needs to be provided by Ms. Stubbs. If you can provide clarity once again for members, because there is a bit of confusion on where the insertion of your amendment is to go on the existing motion that we have on the floor. That was circulated and provided to all committee members. I believe it has kind of like an A to I. And so we just need to know to make sure that we have your amendment inserted in the right spot.
This would all be under.
So
Thanks.
I will
Thank you,
turn it
Chair.
back over to you, Ms. Stubbs, so if you can provide that clarity, and so we can continue on, because the floor was yours.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Of course, right before we broke, I did, through you, I think, or maybe directly to my colleague, suggest that I would be happy to work with him on it. But since you want that crystal clarity from me, we would suggest that this amendment, which I moved, which is first undertake the following study on Bill C-69 pursuant to Standing Order 1082. The committee undertake a study of the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling that Bill C-69, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts is unconstitutional. For the purposes of this study, the committee A, hold at least 5 meetings, B, invite the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources and the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change to appear for 1 hour each, C, report its findings and recommendations to the House, and D, pursuant to Standing Order 109, request that the government table a comprehensive response to the report. That would go after the opening paragraph of my colleague's motion, ending, have both been referred to committee, that the committee initiate its consideration of both C-50 and C-49 with the following schedule. Then it would say, A, what I just outlined. And then the next one would be 2, complete its consideration of Bill C-49.
And then 3.
And then 3, and thereafter it could flow.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Cervera, on a point of order.
Through you, Chair, to the clerk, if I can ask for admissibility of Mrs. Stubbs, of the amendment that she's just tabled.
On that point, Chair.
Through discussing with the clerk has advised that it's inserted as an addition to what's existing. So it is an additional items to what we have been presented there.
Point of order on clarification. It's inserted at the end of the motion?
No, it's been inserted, per Ms. Stubbs, it was inserted at the beginning as a new A and B, and then the following items would flow under that.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
I was
Angus. Sorry, Mr. Patzer did have a point of order, Mr. Angus, so I'm just going to go to him quickly and then go to you. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. No, it's just on that. I was trying to raise I was waiting for you to finish, and I did say on that point a couple minutes ago, just because I wanted to make sure that I had a chance to quickly speak to, because the question was on the admissibility of it. Now, from what I understand, though, we're talking about how it's been inserted, and then there will be debate within a speaker's list of this here. And I think allowing members to debate the amendment to the motion would help to provide the certainty and clarity, possibly around the question of Mr. Sorberas here. But I mean, obviously, conservatives feel that this amendment is in order because it is the motion is about the schedule. Our amendment is simply rearranging a few things here, and I think through. As you go through the speakers list on that as we speak about the amendment, that we will be able to maybe help provide a little bit of clarity and debate on the amendment to the programming motion.
Thank you, Mr. Patzer. Mr. Angus, on the point of order.
Yes, as this is a substantial rewriting of, and in fact, an insertion of a whole other piece of legislation into the scheduling motion, I think, which would upend Mr. Sorbera's motion dramatically. Does it not? Does this is not a friendly amendment? Does Mr. Sorbera have the right to reject this amendment?
Thank you for your point of order, Mr. Angus. Give me a second here. Mr. Angus, to your point of order, the member is allowed to make an amendment, although it may not be in the interest of the mover. The member is allowed to make an amendment to the motion to insert, as I think Ms. Stubbs has said at the beginning of this motion. Point of order by Mr. Falk. Did you have a point of order, Mr. Falk, or did you want to be, if you inserted?
I'd like to make an amendment to this.
You can't make an amendment based on a point of order. So if you don't have a point of order, you can't make an amendment until you have the floor. You have to wait till you're on the floor and speaking list.
Okay, I think I'm number 2, right?
I'm not sure where you're at, but I'll take a look.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can you clarify what that speakers list looks like? Because I do remember, I think all three of us putting our hands up the minute that, or the very second that she moved her amendment. But that, as time has gone on after multiple points of order, it's obviously taken probably 45 minutes to get to that point. So I would just like some clarity on what that speaking order is, because I think that would help things out.
I endeavor to do my best to follow the speaking list, and when amendments are moved, we never know when amendment is being moved until the mover moves it, when it goes into debate to a mover. So I have Mr. Patzer next on the speaking list. And those change as some members add their names and some delete them. So I go to one member at a time, and I will proceed in that order. So Ms. Stubbs, I'm going back to you because the floor was yours on the amendment. You had proposed the amendment. Were you continuing on presenting the amendment, or were you in now debate of why you think your amendment is appropriate? Or are you ceding the floor
No,
to the next speaker?
I think that it would be wonderful if you could clarify the speaking list as it is. Second of all, as I did say multiple times and did before I was continually interrupted, I did propose the amendment and I moved it. And what I endeavored to do before I moved it was make the case to all of you and to Canadians why this had to be done in this order. And so as far as I'm concerned, I guess it's up to the mover of the motion or whoever to figure out how they want to, how or whether they want to adopt this amendment for all the reasons that I've outlined. And so from my perspective, I've made that argument, Chair. Thank you.
I will go to Mr. Patzer in the speaking order. You're next.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I do appreciate that. And yeah, I think this amendment is solid. Because part of what happened with the, the reason why we are trying to order C49 ahead of C50 with our amendment is because of the at least 33 times that C69 is referenced in C49, right? And because the Supreme Court of Canada has provided a reference on the largely unconstitutional nature of C69, and since it is referenced in C49, that is why there is a priority by Conservatives to start with C49. But that would, of course, mean that we need to deal with the case of C69. And the court specified, Mr. Chair, that legislators had to find ways to answer to the reference. Not maybe they should find ways, but that had to find ways. And so I think it's important that, and we spent a big chunk of this meeting laying out the case as to why we need to do the order in this manner. And now that we have our amendment on, it's of utmost importance that we do it in this fashion, because part of C50, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, sorry, I keep calling you Mr. Speaker. Part of the issue with C50, when we talk about the jobs, because it's a jobs bill, right? It's a just transition. It's going to kill jobs, but I mean, let's just say that the government somehow is able to be successful in transitioning people to jobs,
which they won't be because of
they won't be. But the issue being that we have heard in this committee, I've been on other committees as well, where we have heard over and over and over again from the private sector, but also from the public sector, and perhaps even more importantly from Indigenous leaders, that Bill C69 is the single largest barrier to actually getting projects done of any kind, of any type of energy or any type of project they are trying to do, whether it's traditional oil and gas, whether it's renewables, whether it's there's various projects. We've heard it numerous times. And I think that speaks to the urgency as to why we need to address C69, and particularly as it pertains to Bill C49, because this is obviously about jobs in Atlantic Canada and trying to deal with the energy situation out there. So it would absolutely be appropriate that we deal with Bill C69 and the impact it has first and foremost. Now, I mean, there's a good note from the Supreme Court of Canada ruling that Parliament can enact impact assessment legislation to minimize risks that some major projects pose to the environment. However, this scheme plainly overstepped the mark. That's what the Supreme Court said. And moreover, it is open to Parliament and the provincial legislatures to exercise their respective powers over the environment harmoniously in the spirit of cooperative federalism. That's another quote from the Supreme Court ruling. Now, the whole point about C69 was every single province, every single premier said there were issues. And the territorial leaders did as well, too. So it's important that that is noted, that going all the way back to 2018, 2019, when this was debated and the flags were raised over the issues with this bill by members of parliament, particularly ones, I think all three at this table on the Conservative side, all spoke to it. In fact, my colleague from Lakeland did multiple times. And the premier from Saskatchewan, the premier of Alberta, and again, all the premiers spoke against the overreach of this, and particularly the Ontario premier very strongly stated on it. So I think it's important that that be considered as we look at the ordering of these bills, and that is why Conservatives have put this amendment forward, because we need to obviously respect provincial jurisdiction, which is why the Supreme Court, it was the Provincial Court of Alberta made a ruling on C-69, which of course the federal government challenged it to the Supreme Court. And then we saw the Supreme Court make their ruling in the reference case. And I would just like to make the note that all throughout the history of Canadian parliaments, anytime the Supreme Court has made a reference ruling, Parliament, the government of the day, has decided to make the necessary changes to it. Now, for the certainty of communities and people who are looking for certainty going forward, I think it's extremely important that we address this first. So I'm just going to read something from the Saskatchewan government. I mean, again, it's about, the first line here is that the 5-2 decision finds that the federal government overstepped constitutional authority and should be more, in quotes, cooperative with provinces in the future. Now, I mean, that opening statement lays out the case as to why and how cooperative federalism is actually supposed to work. And it clearly was not done in this case. So obviously, the rest of the quote here, and I mean, these are kind of no-brainer points, but Saskatchewan welcomes the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling against the federal government's Environmental Impact Assessment Act, formerly Bill C-69. This decision is nothing short of a constitutional tipping point and reasserts provinces' rights and primary jurisdiction over natural resources, the environment, and power generation, Justice Minister and Attorney General Bronwyn Ayre said. It should also force the federal government to reassess other areas of overreach, including capping oil and gas production and electrical generation. The IAA has stalled everything from Canadian highway and mine projects to LNG facilities and pipelines. It has thwarted investment, competitiveness, and productivity across the country. This major decision will correct course. Now, before I finish the rest of the statement here, I mean, that last sentence, this major decision will correct course. That's why our amendment has been moved. That's why we feel that this bill needs to be done first. So to finish the article here, the IAA received royal assent in 2019. In 2022, the Alberta Court of Appeal, in a 4-1 majority, held that the IAA was unconstitutional, violated the division of powers between Ottawa and the provinces, and took a wrecking ball to exclusive provincial jurisdiction under Section 92 and 92A of the Constitution Act 1867. The federal government appealed the decision to the Supreme Court of Canada. Now, last March, Saskatchewan is part of the constitutional intervention, along with 7 other provinces, before Canada's top court, arguing that the IAA had exceeded federal jurisdiction. The majority recognized that the IAA is a clear example of federal overreach. Specifically, the Supreme Court majority held that the IAA's designated project scheme, by which the federal authorities could permanently put a project on hold, was an unconstitutional arrogation of power by Parliament and clearly overstepped the mark. The majority also found that the Act grants the decision maker a practically untrammeled power of regulated projects, QOA projects. In 2023, Saskatchewan passed the Saskatchewan First Act as well to deal with matters of provincial jurisdiction. So my home province has made it very clear where they stand on this case, on this point. And we know all the other provinces did as well when it came to the government tabling C-69 back in 2018, 2019. And the fact that the Supreme Court has made their ruling kind of puts us in this position where we are now, where we have a largely unconstitutional bill that is impacting a lot of things that the government is trying to do and work on, multiple pieces of legislation, not just C-49 and C-50. There will be other issues that will arise if it is not dealt with and addressed with. And quite frankly, it is hamstringing the provinces to be able to proceed with projects. We heard about LNG. We heard about even simply trying to get highways either built or repaired. I mentioned earlier some of the First Nations leaders that were concerned about this as well too, because they're looking at timelines. They're looking at how is there going to be opportunity for self-determination, opportunity for economic participation for their residents and for economic reconciliation. So many of them have earmarked and flagged natural resource projects and development and also renewables, which also gets to the point, though, of why we have a problem with C-69, because they have told us over and over again that even on the renewable side, C-69 is a problem. Yeah. So it's not even just about this being the, as it was originally dubbed, the No More Pipelines bill. This is just a no more energy bill is what we have here in front of us.
No more building anything ever anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. No more building anything anywhere. So I think it's important that we address the issues around C-69 because we've heard from many people, many stakeholders, private, public, and otherwise, that this is a problem. So I think what we're going to...
The guys are worried about me interrupting you. You can maybe explain how you feel about that.
Yeah, exactly.
The guys over there are worried about how I'm speaking.
They want to. They're looking like they're going to maybe want to have a.
Pause off if you're worried about
exactly.
it. Yeah,
exactly. We're colleagues. We banter back and forth about things,
Chair,
and
point of order.
we are like-minded. I have the floor.
A point of order, Mr. Patzer, from Mr. Cervera. Mr. Cervera, go ahead on the point of order.
Can you remind the committee who actually has the floor at this moment in time to speak? I'm not too sure.
Well, on that point of order. Well, just on that point of order.
So you're doing a point of order
on his point of order. Yeah, okay. Absolutely. Because I had the floor. I was speaking. My light was on. I was the one who was speaking. My colleague was so kind as to pour me a glass of water, and we work collaboratively on this side, Mr. Speaker.
Very good.
I did it again, Mr. Chair, not Mr. Speaker.
I know. Thank you, Mr. Patzer. Sorry, we have a point of order by Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus, go ahead on the point of order.
I'm just wanting to hear the points of order, and Mr. Patzer continues to try and take the floor. So can we just hear the points of order and get back to business?
Once again, colleagues, I've stated this many times this morning and into this afternoon. When one member does have the floor, let's let them finish their point of order before we proceed. I can hear their point of order, and let's not get into debate within our point of orders. I will ask my colleagues not just have one member speaking in your own mic, not multiple, because that does cause significant challenges for our interpreters who need one person at a time to speak, because they are doing a tremendous job interpreting our debate in both official languages. So courtesy to our interpreters, let's make sure one person at a time and not two individuals speaking into one mic. Okay, so I think that addresses the point of orders. Mr. Patzer, the floor is back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I had the floor. I did not concede the floor. It's been mine since I started speaking, and I thank you for making that point. And yeah, I'm just going to quickly Mr. Chair, if I may, just say hello to my son. He's back home. He's home. He's sick today, so he's at home from school, unfortunately, and he gets to watch. He's watching committee, Natural Resources Committee. Wow. So I just want to say hello to my son. Hopefully you get better soon, buddy. And anyways, we'll carry on with debate here. So
really points how important it is.
Exactly.
His future.
He's going to get a chance to learn today, I almost said Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, that how important Canada's energy future is to our generation, to his generation, to the generation that is going to follow after him, and how our country is going to work. And it's an important opportunity for us to discuss the division of powers in this country as well, because C-69, as the Supreme Court of Canada clearly ruled, it has trampled all over that. And that is why, there is a priority and a precedence on our side to see that we deal with C-49 first, because it directly quotes and references C-69 no less than 33 times. So I know it's causing some grief for members on the other side that we keep talking about Bill C-69, but because it is so incredibly linked together, that is why we continue to hammer home this point. And we want to make sure that people understand that in order for us to properly get the best result for Canadians, we are going to start with Bill C-49, which means that we have to deal with C-69. And as the amendment that was moved states at the very end in point number 2, it's a very simple line that we have at the bottom that says that, and then we finish, here it is right here, we complete its consideration of Bill C-49. So what that's doing is ordering C-49 to be first, deal with C-69 as part of it, ties in with C-49, but that we are going to complete deliberation of C-49. And at that point, point number 3 in the amendment would then be the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I that was part of the original motion. So it includes the original wording and lettering of the original motion, but it includes some direction to have an ordering, though prioritizing 49 in advance, right? And it's a very substantive amendment, and I really appreciate the wording that we have in it here that we came up with to make sure that it was compliant and in order. So I think it's I think it's important to. It might be worth just going over it one more time. That at the start of the motion, point 1 is going to be to first undertake the following study on Bill C-69. Because it references in the opening dialogue about the need to do C-50, C-49, right? So we're already establishing that those two bills are going to be part of the motion, right? But we're going to say that we first undertake the following study on Bill C-69 pursuant to Standing Order 1082. The committee undertake a study of the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling that Bill C-69 to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act to amend the Navigation Protection Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts is unconstitutional. For the purposes of this study, the committee A, hold at least 5 meetings, B, invite the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources and the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change to appear for 1 hour each, C, report its findings and recommendations to the House, and D, pursuant to Standing Order 109, request that the government table a comprehensive response to the report, then complete its consideration of Bill C-49. Now, so that's effectively, if I'm allowed to use the term, killing 2 birds with 1 stone here, because we need to deal with, when we deal with C-49, we have to deal with C-69, right?
Only if they're
And
sparrows.
yeah, we have to start with, of course, C-69 though, to make sure that C-49 is compliant with that law that is now in place and has been, basically largely unconstitutional since its implementation, which government was warned about back then and continues to be warned about now. And this is why we want to prioritize the order of the bills that we have here in this amendment. Now, there are a few parts to Mr. Sorbera's motion, I think, that are going to have to be still addressed and dealt with, possibly in a sub-amendment. But, before we get to that, Mr. Chair, I think we need to really discuss the impacts that if we don't deal with C-69, that it's going to have. I read a little bit about Saskatchewan and their response to the reference case and the importance of that. And I'll just remind members that at no point in history has a government ignored a reference case. They've always acted upon it and prioritized it. in Saskatchewan, for example, we hear a lot about the government doing consultations and how they've been very engaging with people. Well, only about 15% of Saskatchewanians have actually heard of the just transition. And I would suspect that if the other 85% knew what was happening, what was going on, people would have a lot of concerns. And in particular, as we have seen and heard of the government's an initial attempt at a just transition of coal workers, which substantively and spectacularly failed. I'll get to that in a bit. People have seen their energy prices already go up. That has already happened, and we still and at this point, the shuttering of our coal plants has not fully happened just yet. But we have seen energy prices increase as the government has implemented very strong anti-energy development legislation. The cost of the carbon tax alone, for example, Mr. Chair, on energy production in Saskatchewan has been, I've heard workers at the coal station talk about how the carbon tax might put them out of a job far in advance of 2030 because of the excessive costs that are going to be associated with producing power as the power plant is phased out and winds down. But that escalating cost gets thrown on top onto the Crown Corporation Sask Power. And then you have the case of where in Swift Current, where I live, they buy the power from Sask Power. So in a sense, you have a doubling of costs and regulation here that is causing this issue of affordability on energy for folks. And we've heard the government's own regulations speak to the fact that people are going to be disproportionately impacted who are seniors living on a fixed income and single mothers. That was right in the government's own regulations, and yet they are plowing ahead, with these regulations, this legislation that is problematic and causing massive cost overruns for people. And in fact, we just heard on Friday that the government is going to put a pause on the carbon tax in one area of the country because of the issue of cost. But yet, we've constantly been told that people receive more than they pay, so therefore it shouldn't be a problem. Well, clearly it is. And this is why people are concerned with C50, C49, C69. And this is why getting to C69 first is going to be of utmost importance to people. In Saskatchewan, the working population is 598,000 people, give or take. There's over 43,000 construction jobs, 32,000 manufacturing jobs, 25,800 agricultural jobs, forestry, mining, and gas, 19,700 jobs. Utilities are about 8,500. Wholesale and retail trade, 98,000. Transportation and warehousing, just about 30,000 jobs. So the potential just transition job impacts, Mr. Chair, are 10,432 direct jobs and 131,500 indirect jobs. So, and a lot of that can be attributed and traced back to the ripple
Point of order,
effect
Mr. Chair.
of Bill C-69.
Mr. Patzer, we have a point of order. Ms. Lapointe, on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Member Patzer has raised some relevant issues on the need to hear from Canadians on the additional study that they're proposing in their amendment. I would suggest that the original motion has some compelling reasons why we need to hear from Canadians. I'm certainly ready to vote on their amendment. I would expect
debate.
my colleagues are as well, and so I would simply like to ask the member to consider bringing this to a vote.
Thank you for your point of order, Ms. Lapointe. Mr. Patzer, if you're at that point to bring it to a vote, bring it to a vote. And if you're still debating, please continue.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank my colleague for her respectful intervention there. I'm working towards I've been working, speaking off of the motion and the amendment here, and I think it would be important, Mr. Chair, that first of all, I think it's important that that there would be I've got a sub, well, working on a sub amendment here. Looking at the original motion, because when we order C49 and C69 ahead of C50, it's obviously going to cause some issues, I think, with the original motion as it is. So I'm just kind of working towards that sub amendment that I think is going to be needed to address a few things here. But I just wanted to finish a thought that I had about the impact on jobs in Saskatchewan, because 41% of our available generating capacity comes from gas, and 26% comes from coal. So we're already looking at close to 70% of our capacity, our energy capacity, is gas and coal. And we've got we have the just transition legislation in front of the committee, but this bill actually doesn't lay out a plan or a path to actually do something to replace that. It's just a plan to have a plan is essentially what that bill is. So I think it speaks to why the priority and the precedence should be given to C49 first and foremost, so that we can deal with that issue. Because if we're going to change the generating capacity in Saskatchewan, we need the regulatory certainty to be dealt with that is the government's trying to ignore in C69. If we don't deal with that, how are any province for that matter, whether it's Saskatchewan, whether it's Alberta, whether it's the Maritimes, as we're seeing with the Atlantic Accord, how are we going to actually deal with that? So C69 clearly needs to be the priority for this committee. That is the point that we have been trying to make all along here. And I think that getting to those bills, getting to 49 and 69 first is going to be important ahead of 50. So,
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Angus, on a point of order.
Thank you. Since it's now clear that the Conservatives will do anything to filibuster C50, I had asked earlier about whether or not we have the resources. I think you said till 2:30. Do we have resources to go beyond that so that we can finally put an end to this filibuster and get back to the work that has been laid out in the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Angus, on that. Currently, we do have further resources to go beyond 2:30 till 3 p.m. And if we have any other further updates, or if it is the will of the committee to continue on beyond 3 p.m., we will try to get additional resources to make that happen. But it is the will of the committee, and so I will keep proceeding and until we get further guidance, or if we have any further questions from anybody
Point of
else.
order.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm just trying to understand if that is a request from the chair for us to put in a request, or how do we go about requesting the additional resources, like clarification on that before we continue?
Well, I think it's, as mentioned, we do have further resources. If it is the will of the committee to continue to keep sitting to discuss this important motion and amendment, the committee should advise me and so we can make those appropriate requests as well.
Then I think we should make that request now so we can get the resources in order.
Thank you, Mr. Aldag, on the point of order. Noted. We will go to Mr. Patzer.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. No, thank you. Yeah. So where I was at, Mr. Chair, was speaking about the fact that Saskatchewan relies on natural gas and coal for the majority of its baseload power right now. And interestingly enough, they do have on their website for the government of Saskatchewan, and actually I think it's on the SAS Power portion of that website, you can actually go through and you can see where the province, within the previous 24-hour snapshot, got its energy from. You can see where all the kilowatt hours have been produced, where they came from. And routinely, it is about 70% of that was drawn from natural gas and coal. The third highest would be hydropower there. We do have a couple of hydro dams in Saskatchewan. And, unfortunately, I don't know that we would actually be able to build and complete one single hydro dam in the amount of time that it would take that the government's trying to phase out fossil fuels. We've heard about timelines for approvals. That's part of the problem with Bill C-69. Now we have the largely unconstitutional part about for what the Supreme Court made their ruling on. But there's also the practicality of what are we going to replace the generation of gas and coal with, right? So, I mean, we look at how long it's taken for a few hydro projects around the country to complete, and we're talking decades. But yet the government has this plan that by 2035 there will not be any natural gas would be basically banned at that point in time. Coal is supposed to be gone by 2030. We're seeing some difficulty around the country in trying to get the reliability factor for wind and for solar, and we've seen the blocking of new technologies such as tidal power already. And now that wasn't in Saskatchewan where the tidal project was moved, of course. I mean, but it's a landlocked province. So, but just speaking generally about around the country, how that's going to work and how that's going to play out. So, wind and solar regularly accounts for less than 1% of the power usage and energy consumption in Saskatchewan. Wind is regularly less than 10%. It's regularly a single-digit number. Sometimes it goes a little bit higher. Sometimes it's a little bit lower. But specifically, people are concerned about peak usage and peak demand, right? Now, for those of you who don't follow the weather patterns of Saskatchewan, in the past week, it's been as cold as minus 15 already. Minus 19 in some areas. So I think it's important that people realize that this assertion that you can just throw a heat pump or two on and you'll be good in the middle of winter. I mean, already in October, those heat pumps wouldn't have worked in Saskatchewan. So I think it's important that be noted. And in fact, actually, when I was driving home on Friday from flying home to Ottawa, Mr. Chair, one of the news talk radio shows in Saskatchewan had a conversation around heat pumps, because there are people that do use them up at their cabins. Now, but the people that do have them, they speak specifically to how that is a 3-season solution, mainly because it can be used as an air conditioner in the summer. And you might be able to get a late May, some warmth late May, early May at the cabin, and certainly September into October, you can get a little bit of warmth out of it. But, like I said, it's already been close to minus 20 in Saskatchewan already. And that's a common occurrence this time of year. So if you look at October, November, December, January, February, March, and into April, the majority of the year, you're not even going to be able to use that as a source of heat in your home reliably. So I think that it's important to have that on the table, because as we talk about the issue of a supposed just transition and where people are going to get their energy from to heat their homes, to do their laundry, to cool their homes, because we do have those severe differences in our temperatures from summer to winter. We can be plus mid-30s to minus mid-30s.
And sometimes you can see that in a span of a week, depending on the time of year. It's important that people have reliable energy, have reliable power. And that's where C49, C69, C50, that's why they all need to be discussed, but why C69 needs to be dealt with first. Because Canada's strategic advantage over the last number of years, last number of decades, has been affordable, reliable, sustainable energy source that we have in this country. And there are many countries around the world that would be jealous and envious of that, of the situation that we have with abundance in natural resources, but also the diversity of ways that in which we generate power and our energy. So I think it would be important for us to make sure that we keep that. And certainly C69 has been a barrier to enabling that to continue because our population continues to grow, which is always a good thing. It's good to see our population growing. But that also means that we're going to need more energy. And it's interesting to note, Mr. Chair, that it's not going to be very long before a province that has like Quebec, that has a very robust hydro-powered grid, the demand is going to outgrow its capacity. And I'll give credit to Quebec. They do have one of the more robust energy, there's a specific phrase that I had here for it. Its grid is one of the most extensive systems in North America. So to their credit, that includes the Americans. So to their credit, they have a very extensive system. But that doesn't change the fact that if we don't have the capacity that we need to continue to grow our population, it becomes a problem. So that's where C69 comes into play. And certainly the folks in Atlantic Canada want to see a growth in their capacity to produce energy, to produce power. And that's why they want to see C69 dealt with and addressed. But it's because it's also tied in with C49, which is obviously the Atlantic Accord, which is why we have a motion and an amendment before us here today. So when we talk about what's happened in other provinces, for example, you know, with the coal transition that supposedly happened, there were thousands of people that were, at the end of it, were put out of work. They were not transitioned to a new job. We've seen entire towns in Alberta be decimated by it. And now C50 is a government's attempt at doing this across the entire country, which is why, you know, Conservatives talk about the hundreds of thousands of jobs that are going to be lost and eliminated, because we do have a model of which to go off of that the government has tried. And we've heard in other committee studies about how when there was a transition that was going to happen in fisheries, how it just didn't work. And Mr. Angus has talked about how workers have been left out in his riding when it comes to plants being shut down or mining projects being closed. So I think it's important that this bill, C69, that has kind of been looming over our country for the last 4 or 5 years, gets dealt with and gets addressed and gets prioritized. So, Mr. Chair, when it comes to a potential sub-amendment for this bill, I think one thing that would help to make the original motion work, I'm just going to discuss this out loud here. I'm not officially moving anything, but I just want to talk this out quickly, that some of the dates that are trying to be prescribed in this programming motion obviously are going to be problematic. So I think in order to make sure that this motion works, I think getting rid of those dates or moving them or bumping them down the calendar maybe at least a little bit, but I would think just for the flexibility of the committee to be able to properly and appropriately deal with the study, I'm just thinking out loud here that removing those dates is probably going to be best because we want to make sure that we hear from Canadians and that we hear from employers, employees. Certainly, we'll hear from from the private sector unions, but we're definitely going to hear from people who aren't in a union, because we have heard from many people that there's actually, when we talk about what this just transition supposedly is going to do, is it's going to drastically impact folks who don't belong to a union and impact their work. So when we talk about the indirect jobs, that number is huge as well. So we got to make sure that it considers those folks as well. And that's part of why I think putting rigid timelines in the programming motion is going to be problematic. But it also is going to be a barrier to getting the proper ordering of the motion with the amendment in it that my colleague from Lakeland moved. So, yeah, I think it would be appropriate for us to look at removing that. So, I think with that, Mr. Chair, I'm going to move a sub-amendment that in Section 3, as it's been ordered by my colleague from Lakeland, a sub-amendment that we would remove the reference to the dates in Section A. So that Section A would read that the minister and officials be invited to appear before the committee on Bill C-50. We'll just kind of leave that open-ended so that we have the flexibility as a committee. That B, that the minister and officials, I think B we would have to remove altogether, because that's one that's prescribing, it's programming a set date for officials in there, and we got to make sure we haven't even agreed to our witness list yet. So I mean, we got to do that first before we can start putting dates in there for at which point officials.
Question de règlement, Monsieur le Président.
And then.
Okay, petite question.
Point of order? Just to make things go a bit quicker, is what my colleague doing proposing an official amendment, or is he still thinking out loud as he mentioned he was doing earlier? So I'd just like him to clarify what he's doing exactly. I don't mind going around in a circle, but everybody has a limit to their patience. If he's got a sub-amendment, I would ask him to table that, but perhaps he could spare us his thinking out loud on this occasion. Thank you.
And I have a point of order as well.
Yes, okay, thank you, Mr. Samard, for your point of order. Can I just comment on that first quickly? Yeah. Mr. Pastor, I believe Mr. Samard has an important point of order. He, to be clear, that on the moving of your sub-amendment, just for the record, as Mr. Samard mentioned. So thank you for your intervention, Mr. Samard, on the point of order. I'm going to go to Mr. Aldag on the point of order.
It's just a question, procedural admissibility question. The sub-amendment seems to be speaking to other parts of the motion than just what was moved as an amendment by Ms. Stubbs. And so we seem to be getting into different parts of the motion as opposed to the beyond the amendment. So is it allowable as a sub-amendment, or do we need to deal with the amendment and then go to a different amendment? I just procedurally unclear here.
Thank you for your point of order. It's a very relevant point of order. I'm just going to chat with the clerk here momentarily, and then I'll get back to you. Thank you, Mr. Aldag, on your point of order. Mr. Patzer, I would just advise to you that the amendment you were proposing was looking to amend the original motion, not on the motion, the amendment that's on the floor that Ms. Stubbs has brought forward. So your sub-amendment would not be in order unless you're, unless you're amending Ms. Stubbs's amendment. If you do have an amendment on the main motion, you'll have to wait until we deal with Mrs. Stubbs' amendment that's currently on the floor. Back to you.
Yes, well, part of my amendment or sub-amendment is going to get to a part of Ms. Stubbs as well, her amendment. But I'm just, so based on what you said, though, I'm just making sure I'm absolutely clear on this, that because I will be sub-amending her amendment as well, I can do both at the same time. Is that correct?
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Angus, on the point of order.
Yeah. There's an amendment. To add a sub-amendment is to amend the amendment. You can't say you're going to, well, I'll do the amendment while I then do the main motion. That would be inadmissible. So either he has a sub-amendment on the amendment or it's out of order and we return to the speaking order that you have in place.
Thank you, Mr. Angus. And Mr. Patzer, you cannot at all amend the original motion. You can only amend in your sub-amendment what is currently on the floor that Ms. Stubbs has presented. Any amendment that touches the original amendment is inadmissible. So I would just be very clear that your sub-amendment only deals with the component that was presented by Ms. Stubbs in her amendment. And later on, if you want to bring forward an additional amendment to the main motion, you have every right to do so at that time. I hope that clarifies the process and procedure. Did I hear another point of order? I just want to be clear. I may just be hearing things in my old age, but okay, the floor is yours, Mr. Patzer.
Was I not on the speaker list?
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess I'm just making the case that the five meetings that we have in the sub-amendment in the amendment are going to impact the dates as part of the original motion. So I guess that's what I was, because it is substantive. The amendment is substantive to the rest of the motion and needs to be ferreted out. So I was just under the impression that because we had with the amendment that we had a text of basically of a new motion to work with here. So yeah, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Patzer. Because we have not adopted anything, we're still in debate. The amendment, only if adopted, will impact the original motion. Because we have not adopted the amendment, there's no impact to the original motion unless you choose to go to a vote so we can decide to adopt it or not. But what you're asking for right now is you're potentially proposing a sub-amendment. What I've articulated is your sub-amendment can only amend Ms. Stubbs' motion. And so we're debating Ms. Stubbs' amendment right now. We should focus the debate on Ms. Stubbs' amendment. And if you do have a sub-amendment to amend Ms. Stubbs' motion, I look forward to hearing it, as well as other committee members I think are quite excited to hear your new sub-amendment to Mrs. Stubbs' motion.
Okay, thank you. And because I was getting to a part that would actually do that as well too, but so I guess if you would accept my, indulge. Now we're having a back and forth here, right? It's funny how that doesn't get point of ordered by other folks, but it's all good. I don't mind. It's a collaborative approach. I don't mind a little friendly banter around the table, and it's respectful, so I don't mind it. So exactly. So I think I guess we'll take I'll indulge the committee, to use my friend across the way's term there. That the point I was making about the dates, I guess I need to withdraw that as, I guess I can't I guess it's out of order as far as it would go as being a sub-amendment. But I'm trying to make the case though for what will need to be fixed when we adopt my colleague's amendment. So I'm gonna just speak to that point of it right there, that as we go through this motion, I'm hoping my colleagues will vote to accept the amendment. But once we accept the amendment, we're going to have to deal with the issue of the date. So I guess that's what I was trying to establish, Chair, and I've been corrected by my colleagues as to how to properly
Mr.
do
Patzer,
that.
we have a point of order from Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus, go ahead.
Yes, well, since the amendment is out of order, the sub-amendment, I think we need to get to it. But if Mr. Patzer is very focused on the sub-amendment, he could bring the amendment to a vote. We could vote on the amendment, and then we could either dispense or deal with his sub-amendment. But if he keeps going back on a sub-amendment, how he needs to have it after, we need to deal with the amendment. So I would encourage him to just vote for the amendment, and then we could deal with that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Angus, for your point of order. Mr. Patzer, continue on if you'd like to make a sub-amendment. Let's make it clear that it's a sub-amendment. If you want to move to a vote, I'm sure colleagues would look forward to having that as well. But I'll cede the floor to you.
Okay, so just to help out my colleagues here, I guess I will put my sub-amendment forward. I'm going to move a sub-amendment to the amendment that won't deal with the rest of the motion. And I would just like to add and make sure I got my order right here. Oh, here we go. I would like to sub-amend the amendment. So it'd be after point B. So this would be a new C, I guess, of the original amendment for the ordering's sake. That the committee invite witnesses from Sudbury. That would be my sub-amendment, that we specifically invite members from Sudbury. Now, that would mean that C becomes D, report its findings, recommendations to the House, and D would become E, pursuant to Standing Order 109, requested the government table a comprehensive response to the report. So I just think that it's important for people to make sure that we get witnesses from all across the country. That's why I wanted to move that particular sub-amendment. Because it's easy for us to focus solely on people from Coronach, Rockland, Willow Bunch, Assiniboia, right? I mean, I talk about those folks all the time.
We have Mr. Patzer, we have a point of order from Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus, go ahead.
I'm really trying to figure out what the sub-amendment is, but amongst all the talking from Mr. Patzer, I haven't been able to. Could he get it to us in writing? And I don't know if my colleagues would want it in both official languages, but I can't really talk about a sub-amendment. I need to see what it is, because it seems like he's moving a lot of pieces around. So if we could just stop, have the sub-amendment brought forward in both official languages, then we can carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Angus. Mr. Patzer, once you're finished, I think you're done with the sub-amendment, or almost done, but once you are, and it's on the floor, we will endeavor to get it translated as quickly as possible, unless you have it already translated. So I'll turn the floor over back to you to finish presenting or closing on your sub-amendment.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Now, of course, the problem here.
Sorry, point of order. Mr. Angus, we have a point of order. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be obstructive, but if I can't tell what the sub-amendment is, I don't think it's fair for Mr. Patzer's time that he has to then talk about something that we're not all clear on. So I'd rather see what it is he has and then give him the floor so we could hear whether or not what he's saying makes sense. But I'm not sure what's being talked about because I don't see the sub-amendment. So I don't think we can proceed till we have a sub-amendment in both official languages that we can look at, and then we give the floor to Mr. Patzer and he can explain to us and he may win the argument.
Mr. Patzer, if you can, I think there's a bit of confusion if you were finished with your amendment, because you said you're presenting a sub-amendment. If you could clearly and concisely for the interpreters as well, read in your sub-amendment, or if you have it written in writing, you could send it through. So members and the clerk and members have a copy of your sub-amendment. And so if you could be just very clear on that, that would help members in the room, but also who are attending virtually as well. So we know what we're voting on, or potentially voting on.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, no, my common sense sub-amendment to the common sense amendment was simply after B, including, so it'd be a new C, right? A C clause here, or not clause, but in the ordering of things. It'd be after, so coming after for 1 hour each, and then C, including witnesses from Sudbury, and that is the sub-amendment right there. So then the original C would become D, and the original D would become E in the common sense amendment that my colleague had put forward. So the sub-amendment is simply including witnesses from Sudbury. But as far as the ordering of where it goes in the original common sense amendment was between B and C, so it'd be the new C, I guess, right? So it kind of bumped things down in order there. And I do apologize that I do not have it interpreted, of course, because we were not given notice of the motion in advance of the meeting, which I know we don't have to because it's committee business, so it's not required. That's fine. That's the standing orders. That's the rules, and we play by those rules. But when we are not given the courtesy of a notice of motion in advance of the meeting, it makes it impossible for us to be able to, have pre-prepared amendments and translation done for them. So in a spirit of collaboration, I guess I would make my case to all colleagues that in advance of a meeting, if you could submit a notice in advance, that would certainly be handy for everybody, for interpretation, for translation, for everybody to be able to know what exactly it is that we are going to be debating here today. So, Mr. Chair, I just want one thing before I continue. I should just get a clarity from you. Are we pausing for question period and then resuming, or what's happening here?
We have resources that committee members earlier's will was to continue. We do have resources currently till 3 o'clock, and we may even get further resources as advised and asked by our colleague. So unless it's the will of the committee to continue studying this important topic, and the amendments and sub-amendments now we're at, so we'll keep on going.
Okay, because when we did our original raising of hands, it was to continue till 2:30, and now that is 2:30 and about to go beyond 2:30, I just wanted to make sure that what the direction of the committee for today was going to be. But so
point of order.
Yes, we have a point of order by Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus, go ahead.
I had requested that his sub-amendment be put in writing. Are we going to be getting it in writing?
Mr. Chair, should we suspend for 5 minutes so we can get translation?
Well, I believe the clerk has has received it. If it's the will of the committee to suspend for a few moments to get the word Sudbury and other items translated, we can do so. But if it's the will of the committee to proceed, we will just keep proceeding, as we do have resources currently till 3 p.m. And hopefully momentarily we'll get it in your inboxes with a translation in place. It's a,
Let's continue. Let's continue.
Let's continue. So I'll.
Okay, sorry, Charlie. I tried to get us to suspend so you would have a chance to get the text of the motion, but I guess the government wants to continue. So,
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
We have a point of order, Ms. Lapointe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I just wanted to assure my colleague MP Patzer that I look forward to inviting many witnesses from Sudbury on the bill of C49 and C50. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Lapointe, for your point of order. Back to you, Mr. Patzer.
oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, all these bills like C49, C50, C69, I guess C69 from a previous parliament, they obviously have a far-reaching impact across this country. So, if I recall, after I had moved my sub-amendment, I was speaking to the types of witnesses that we would be, the importance of it, and why we would need to, why I moved the sub-amendment was we need to hear from witnesses all across the country. And Mr. Chair, I promised you earlier that I would talk about the good people from southeastern Saskatchewan, or it gets to be straight south Saskatchewan. It's the southeast corner of my riding, so geographically just be like this, the due south of Saskatchewan there in Coronach and Rockland and Willowbunch. Great part of the province, great part of the country. The good folks there. There's going to be witnesses coming from that region for sure. But the reason we have the sub amendment is to make sure that we don't forget about other parts of the country that are going to be impacted potentially by C49, C50, but also if we do not make changes to C69, right? Because we do know that this is the don't build anything bill as it's now become, and as we've heard numerous times in committee, whether it's this committee or industry or environment or any other, even in finance, we hear that regularly. So I think it's important that we make sure that we address Bill C69 with witnesses from all over. I know I have colleagues from Atlantic Canada that are looking forward to bringing witnesses as well. They are going to be obviously bringing multiple witnesses for multiple pieces of legislation, whether it's C49, C69. I'm sure they'll be very keenly interested in C50 because the fate of their of C49 is going to be tied into what happens with the just transition as well too, as they are part of the country that generates their electricity largely with coal and with other means, and they will also be disproportionately impacted by all the pieces of legislation that we're talking about in the motion and the common sense amendment and sub-amendment. So I spoke a little bit about the jobs that are going to be impacted in Saskatchewan, and I spoke a little bit about what's happening in Alberta as well, in Atlantic Canada, and I think it's important that we get a good list of witnesses, and because really people are going to be concerned and talking at length, I would imagine, about the Supreme Court ruling. And
Sorry,
on a point of order, Mr. Cervera.
Yeah, no, point of order. Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair. We are, my understanding, dealing with a very specific sub-amendment at this point in time in the debate on bringing C49 and C50 to this committee for study, two pieces of legislation that are very important for Canadians. I'm not too certain as to the members' comments, are they with regard to the sub-amendment, or are they with regard to something else? I'm not sure, I'm not seeing the connection there, Chair.
I would ask our colleague to, on your sub-amendment, because you're on the sub-amendment on Sudbury, is to focus the debate and relevancy of your sub-amendment to the amendment, which is to the main motion. So, Mr. Patzer, thank you, Mr. Sorbera, for your point of order, and I'll go back to you, Mr. Patzer.
Yes, thank you. No, and I mean, as we, the sub-amendment is obviously about hearing witnesses from all across the country, because as I was elaborating on the folks from Saskatchewan, but I mean, I would definitely make the point that, the greater Sudbury is home to the largest integrated mining complex in the world. Mining supply and services is a key economic driver, for the community, and it employs looks like somewhere around over 14 to 15,000 people in Sudbury. And I mean, I know the member opposite is aware of that as well, but that's 15% of her population. So when we're talking about where we're going to get witnesses from, this is why we have the sub-amendment in place that is going to, hopefully be bringing folks from Sudbury. That's why we specifically wanted to include it. That's 15% of the people in that area. And, certainly when we talk about regional impacts in Ontario, gas and oil is 28% of the energy sources for Ontario. And a lot of that would be used to power and provide the energy for the mines in Sudbury, which is why it's important that we hear from folks in that area. Because we don't want the people in rural Ontario to be forgotten, Mr. Chair, around the table when we discuss what the energy transition is going to look like. I think Conservatives done a really, really good job of speaking about the impacts of Alberta, of Saskatchewan, of Atlantic Canada, and we're just getting started as well, Mr. Chair, on talking about the impacts this will have on Ontario as well.
Yes.
And, we've definitely, because I'm from Saskatchewan and because we have colleagues from Alberta at the table here, again, that's why most of our top time so far has been around those regions, because we do like to represent our ridings to the best that we can. But we are also going to make sure that other parts of this country are not forgotten. And that's why that sub-amendment is happening. I know the current government has openly admitted that they are more than willing to forget about other parts of the country based on how they vote. And I think, Mr. Chair, that would be of offense to you, given the fact that you are from Alberta, and one of your own ministers basically took a shot at you, saying that there's not any representation around the table from the West as to why there's no carve out from the carbon tax. So hopefully that's not. Hopefully you didn't take that one too much on the chin from your own colleague. A little friendly fire.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Sorbera.
I just want to make sure we're dealing with the sub-amendment. If the member, through you, Chair, we can continue to focus on the sub-amendment. If the member wishes to bring it to a vote, he can bring it to a vote. We can deal with it expeditiously. Please, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Sorbera. I would ask Mr. Patzer if you could focus on the relevancy on Sudbury and sub-amendment that we're focused on. That is what you've brought forward. And once you're done with it, we can put it to a vote. If you'd like to put it to a vote. If not, the floor is yours to keep building your debate and rationale on the importance of your sub-amendment. I know there's some other members of your colleagues who also want to interject at some point. So the floor is yours.
Well, how rude of me that my colleagues haven't had a chance yet. I'm sure we'll get to them briefly here. As I was saying, though, Chair, and again, I was speaking to the sub-amendment because I was talking about the energy and power generation of the communities in Ontario, and particularly Sudbury, which is why I moved that sub-amendment, common sense sub-amendment about including a specific region of Ontario that is going to be part of this, this 28% of gas and oil that is used for the grid in Ontario. So, and Conservatives want the country to know that we care about the entire country. right? Just because I'm from Saskatchewan does not mean that I don't care about the energy future of Ontario, of Atlantic Canada, of Quebec, of British Columbia, of Alberta, of Manitoba, and of the territories. And that's why the common sense sub-amendment was put forward to a really strong common sense amendment. So within that 28% of gas and oil for Ontario and for rural Ontario, boy, that's 10,482 megawatts. Substantive amount of power generation out there that is going to be impacted by what's going on with these bills. And C50 is going to deal with that 28%. But if C69 is not addressed and dealt with first, there's no point in talking about C50 and what we're going to do with that 28%. So,
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Lapointe on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to my colleague, MP Patzer, on his sub-amendment dealing with Sudbury. I'm going to tell you quite clearly that the people in my riding want us to talk about sustainable jobs. They want to talk about getting economic growth from a net zero economy. Certainly, Sudbury and critical minerals will be a key element to that. There is no getting to net zero without critical minerals. Yeah. What the people of Sudbury don't want are
debate.
all these delays for us to be able to get to the important work of dealing with bills C49 and C50.
We have
Thank you.
a point of order by Mr. Paul.
This isn't even close to a point of order. What Ms. Lapointe is doing, this is debate. And you need to give her instructions that she'll have her opportunity to get on the speaking list. Yeah. And you'll have all the opportunity in the world to voice your opinion and put your rationale forward.
I will ask members,
to the committee.
All members, including the one who raised a point of order, to make your point of order based on the point of order, not about debate. So we can continue to have a great debate around the table. Thank you, Ms. Lapointe, for your point of order, and for yours as well, sir, for your interjection on the point of order. We'll go back to, no, you've made your point of order clear. We will move on back to Mr. Patzer.
Well, thank you. And, sometimes it's fascinating to see how certain points of order end up going and what people want to bring up. And certainly government talking points are not what any individuals want to see. They want to see actual results and things happen. They want certainty. They want to know what's going to happen to their future. They want to know what's going to happen. And we don't actually, and just as an aside, Bill C-50 doesn't actually have a plan for how to address that. It's a plan to make a plan, right? Which, I mean, we've seen that over and over again with this government.
We have a point of order by Mr. Angus.
Well, I think we've all been very respectful as we listen to this hour upon hour. But if we're speaking to the sub-amendment, then he needs to speak to the sub-amendment. Otherwise, he should cede the floor. That's fairness. And right now, this is not fair what's happening.
Thank you, Mr. Angus. Mr. Patzer, your sub-amendment was on Sudbury, inclusion of the word Sudbury in Section C of the amendment. So I'd ask you to keep your comments on the importance of what your relevance is on the sub-amendment to the amendment, and so we can continue on, and other members also have the opportunity to debate this important insertion of your sub-amendment. So relevancy is important, so let's keep it relevant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as you'll know, prior to being point of order, I was actually speaking about where the folks of Sudbury are getting their energy from, where their power generation comes from, where rural Ontario gets it from. This is why we put that specific common sense sub-amendment in place. And then I was point of ordered while I was talking about that. And I was merely just offering up a quick response to it, to the point of order, because I found it quite fascinating myself, to be honest. And what I was getting at was the fact that there's over 10,000 megawatts of gas and oil that is being used for power and energy for rural Ontario and for communities like Sudbury. So I think it's important when we have a common sense sub-amendment outlining the people of Sudbury how it relates to the motion, which is it's linked to C-69 because of its the reference case by the Supreme Court of Canada making it largely unconstitutional, how that's going to implicate C-50, because, again, let's just pretend for a moment here that C-50 was somehow magically going to work.
Let's say what it is.
It's not going to work because it's a job-killing initiative, but let's just pretend for a moment that it would. There's going to be issues trying to get the jobs and the energy transition for these workers, for these communities like Sudbury, to be able to have reliable, affordable energy going forward. So in order for C-50 to possibly be effective, C-69 has to be dealt with first and foremost. And when we see that gas and oil is 28% in Ontario for their for the high voltage provincial grid, I think it's important that we speak to why C-50 is going to be as a part to play and what's going to happen to the people of Sudbury, which is what my sub-amendment is all about, right? Providing context to amendments and sub-amendments is important. That's what I am trying to do. That's the point I'm trying to make. And unfortunately, I keep on getting point of ordered over that. And I don't know if it's because when people hear how this is going to go and how this will be laid out, because as I mentioned earlier, there was already an attempt at a coal transition in rural areas of Alberta. And I mentioned the thousands of jobs that were lost. Workers were not transitioned into another job. They certainly were not given what was mentioned, that there would be sustainable, well-paying jobs for everybody, right? It was, again, it's a fantasy land to think that the 177,000 plus direct jobs are going to just all of a sudden get the same or greater than job that is talked about by the minister in the Just Transition or Sustainable Jobs Act. But so we know it's not going to be a just transition. That's why the government has moved to try to change the name and the title around it. Because the Minister for Labour himself actually admitted that people don't like the phrase just transition. I think it's because people know what it actually means. It's just going to be a transition into unemployment for a lot of folks, and into a position where they are going to be out of work or be paid substantively less, because we actually heard a witness just the other day say 34% less is what people were going to be paid when and if they are transitioned to a different job. And I can guarantee you the people of Sudbury do not want to take a 34% haircut.
Exactly.
That's not what people want.
Canadians want.
And the bill actually does nothing to make sure that that is going to say. And we've seen government internal documents even admit and say that this is not going to happen. So we have on the record from the government that this is going to be problematic. And we're still ramming through legislation that was time allocated after minimal debate in the House of Commons. That's what happened back in 2018-19 with C-69. It's what happened with C-50. It's what happened with C-49. So I think it's also important to talk about the energy transformation going forward for the people of Sudbury, right? That's why we want to have people at committee to testify to this, because when we look and when we see what the coldest temperature for Sudbury was on record, well, recently, I guess, over the last couple of years, last winter, in fact, the coldest temperature last year was minus 37. And there was no carve-out for the carbon tax in Sudbury. So people are going to need to heat their home. A heat pump that only works up until minus 7 is going to be about 30 degrees short of what people are going to need to stay warm. So this is why we're talking specifically about making sure we get people from outside of Toronto, from a community, to testify at committee. And I think we're also this committee will study the impact of the Supreme Court decision on the resource sector and we want stakeholders from Sudbury to be included in that study. So that's the main point of the common sense sub-amendment that we had. And I think that it's important that we let Ms. Lapointe, the people of her riding, have a say. So that's why we moved this common sense sub-amendment, Mr. Chair. And I'm waiting for an applause. I am going to end my remarks there.
Well, thank you, Mr. Patzer. We have next on the speaking list. This is on the sub-amendment that was presented by Mr. Patzer. We have Mr. Falk on the sub-amendment to the amendment. There you go.
Not you, John? I'm waiting. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak to the sub-amendment to invite constituents as witnesses from the Sudbury area to come to committee and give testimony as to what they think is important in Sudbury, whether it's the fact that they're paying carbon tax on their home heating and on groceries and just about everything else they buy, fuel, yeah. Or, it's interesting, Mr. Chair, because last week the Liberals announced an exemption of carbon tax for home heating for folks in Newfoundland and Atlantic Canada. And and I guess there were some Manitobans that took exception to that and said, you know what, why aren't we getting those exemptions here in Manitoba?
We have a point of order by Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus?
Chance to speak and you just can't even get.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we can't let this descend into a conservative gong show that we've had an amendment. Then they went to a sub-amendment, and now they want to start talking about carbon tax. This is not the issue. Either he's speaking to the sub-amendment or he's not. And if not, then let's vote on the sub-amendment, then vote on the amendment and get back to the motion at hand. That's how committees work.
Thank you, Mr. Angus. Mr. Falk, I would just ask you to focus your intervention on the sub-amendment on Sudbury, just to be succinct in your remarks, but make sure it relates back to the sub-amendment proposed by Mr. Patzer.
Yeah. Good. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for that reminder, and thank you to the member from Timmins, James Bay, for his concern that my remarks would be addressing the issue of inviting witnesses from Sudbury to Ms. Stubbs' amendment to the motion that was brought forward here earlier today, because I was getting there. And if Mr. Angus would have just been a little bit more forbearing for a few moments, he would have soon discovered why I was making the comments I was, but I'll get back to that. Evidently, the Manitobans feel they should have been exempted from paying carbon tax for home heating as well. And Minister Goody Hutchings' response to their concern was, well, if you'd vote more Liberals from the prairies, you'd get an exemption too. Wow. So the folks in Sudbury didn't get an exemption to their home heating, and I'm thinking, do they not have a Liberal enough member of Parliament to get them that exemption? Obviously in Manitoba, Terry Duguid, Minister Dan Vandel, Kevin Lamoureux, Ben Carr were not Liberal enough to get Manitobans exemptions. Mm-hmm. So I think it's important to hear from constituents of Sudbury to come to this committee and ask why they weren't good enough to get an exemption on the carbon tax for their home heating. And that's as succinct as I'll get for you, sir.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
I'm done anyway.
On the point of order?
Just for accuracy, we need to ensure that this debate is an accurate one, and the exemption on home heating oil is countrywide.
I think that was debate, Mr. Chair.
Thank you on the point of order. Actually, Ms. Lapointe, I have you on the speaking list next. I believe you had raised your hand earlier. So I just wanted to make sure if you want the opportunity, because Mr. Falk has concluded, the opportunity is yours now, and the floor is yours, Ms. Lapointe. Just to remind, on the sub-amendment of the inclusion of Sudbury in the amended motion? Oh, okay. The floor is yours. And Mr. Angus, I see your hands up as well. I put you on the speaking list after Ms. Lapointe, unless it's up. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, once again, I just want to acknowledge the sub-amendments that's been made by MP Patzer. And I do want to talk about how important the work is of this committee and how important it is that we get to the motion that was tabled this morning by MP Cervera about us dealing with Bill C-49 and Bill C-50. These bills are very important for us all across Canada, as well specifically to Sudbury as a sub-amendment has been tabled. And as I stated and will reiterate again, that the people of Sudbury certainly want to talk about creating good, sustainable jobs for workers. We also want to talk about economic growth within a net zero economy. This is extremely important. Critical minerals will be a very important aspect to us reaching net zero. Sudbury will be a critical key player in that. We look forward to our role in that. This committee did a study around the Inflation Reduction Act and how Sudbury can position itself in Canada as well around being not only competitive but also collaborative with that. It will be very important. This critical minerals represents a generational opportunity for wealth for Sudbury, in turn Ontario, and in turn Canada. And so I think it is vitally important that this committee get on with the work of Bill C-49 and Bill C-50. I look forward to doing that. I look forward to inviting some really good expert witnesses from Sudbury and Northern Ontario as well to weigh in on this important discussion that Canadians and people from Sudbury want us to have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lapointe, for your intervention and your advocacy for Sudbury and on the sub-amendment. We'll now go to Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly the issue of critical minerals is essential to the Canadian economy. We know that the battery investments, EVs that have been put in, are set to create 2 million jobs, or 2 million cars coming off the line. That is going to dramatically change the economic landscape and the energy landscape. And yet the Pierre Poilievre Conservatives get up day after day in the House ridiculing EV technology, saying these vehicles catch fire, saying that they freeze, really doing everything they can to undermine. The member for Sarnia-Lambton is always saying about how it would have been better to give $10 million to every resident in her riding rather than make these investments. So I'm very concerned about this ongoing sabotage against the clean energy economy. To Ms. Lapointe's concerns, however, I would certainly support having witnesses come from the base metal regions who are talking about their clean energy investments and the importance of the critical minerals strategy. However, I think that should come in a separate motion. I think that should be a study on its own. I think what we're seeing here is an attempt to hijack the motion that was brought forward to get Bill C-50 done. We've had over 112 hours of testimony. We've had multiple witnesses. The Conservatives interrupted time and time again. Anytime we had representatives of workers and workers from Western Canada who wanted to speak to getting this legislation passed. So,
Mr. Angus, sorry, we have a point of order, and I'm going to go to the point of order of Ms. Stubbs, and then I'm going to come back to you, but I might have to interject after the point of order. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Chair. Just because Mr. Angus made several points this morning of the same vein, I guess I'm just making a point of order according to his own standards about what is relevant to the debate. It seems that he spent all morning interjecting on others, and now he might be doing the same thing. Or
yeah,
we
are getting into debate now, Ms. Stubbs, so not relevant to the point of order you raised. But Mr. Angus, I would have to put you on hold because we only have resources till 3 o'clock. So we will have to suspend until 3:30, just so we can get a transition of resources
Okay.
and interpreters.
I'm done. I was just ready to call the question.
So what I will do, Mr. Angus, is give you the floor back when.
No, I'm finished. I'm finished.
Okay, so do you want to?
to?
Can we call the question before we go? Call the question. Okay, we will call the question to take this to a vote. All in favor of the sub-amendment, please raise your hands.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
We're in a vote.
No, but it's about the vote and the taking
We're in a
of the
vote, so all in favor of the sub-amendment in favor of the sub-amendment, raise your hands, please.
Point of order, and I hate to do this because I know you've called the vote, but I think you said we had resources till 3 o'clock. We're past 3. I suggest we suspend. Could we vote when we come back? Unless we have resources to do it, and I'm ready to raise my hand.
Sorry, we're in the middle of a vote.
Then let's vote.
So we will vote and conclude because
John,
we
that-
have
that does
resources so
seem
we can finish the vote.
John, that does seem reasonable to me, but
Thank you. All in favor, that will be done in very quickly. All in favor, raise your hands. Yes. We have 4 in favor. All against? Motion is defeated.
Defeated from having members from the community of Sudbury coming. Okay.
Motion is defeated. Thank you. We will suspend till 3:30.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Hello, welcome new committee members who've joined us this afternoon. Great to see you here at the Natural Resources Committee. We are back to the amendment, and I will cede the floor to Monsieur Soumard, who is next on our speaking
Sorry,
order.
Chair, I just had a point of order before we start. May I be recognized for that?
Of course.
Well, thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Chair.
on the point of order.
It is a great pleasure to be here at the Natural Resources Committee, and I was wondering if I could just get my name added. Great to see my friend Ms. Chagger here as well. That's mainly the main reason I came. Could I get my name added to the speakers list? I just wanted to clarify the process for that. So thank you very much, Chair, and congratulations on your role as well.
Thank you. Monsieur Soumard, the floor is yours.
Merci.
Thank you, George. On the amendment by Shannon, I like Shannon, and I'm going to have to say something that she might not like. We had talked about C69 before, and the amendment has the same objections that I had before. C69 was from a former parliament, and it's a bill that falls under the environment, and I'm not sure why our Natural Resources Committee would look at this, given the calendar that we have for C50 and C49. And in the judgment made by the Supreme Court, there are time frames for the government to comply. The government attempted to comply with the Supreme Court decision, and perhaps we should set this issue aside on C69. So we have Shannon's amendment. We've talked about it in length, and I would ask a recorded vote on Shannon's motion. I think that we can vote on it now. We've talked about it in length this morning. I think that we have exhausted the topic, and so I would request a recorded vote on Shannon's motion.
So if he wants to... Thank you, Monsieur Soumard, for your comments. If it's a will of committee that you'd like to go to vote, we did have a speaking order.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I just want to finish, and then you can go to the point of order.
Sure.
Monsieur Soumard did ask for a vote, and so I want to, if it's the will of the committee to go to a vote, we can go to a vote, but we do have a speaking order as well. So I will ask committee members. He's proposed that question. If you believe that it's been covered, we can go to a vote. If you still proceed, we need to debate this further. That's your choice.
That is part of the point of order, Chair.
All right, so I'll go on your point of order now.
Just seeking clarity. There is a standing order that says unless the time limit's been adopted by the committee or the House, which, I mean, we've obviously extended well beyond our usual sitting time, so there's clearly not a time limit. Standing Order 116.2a says that the chair may not bring a debate to an end while there are members present who still wish to participate. So as you referenced, there is a speakers list. There are many members who still would like to participate, and I do think that it's not appropriate this time to be calling for a vote.
Thank you for your point of order, and we'll proceed down the speaking list. We'll go to, Mr. Falk.
Great, thank you,
Mr. Chair.
and
Point of order. Can I I was here 4 hours ago, and I'm just coming back, and I see there's Jeremy, Ted, Garnet. They've all asked to be acknowledged. I just want to understand who's the members across the way. So, yeah, no, I just want to understand. I'm just asking a question. There are
Point of
three
order. I'm
members, so-
subbing for Meninder, who's not here.
Subbing, no, I don't think so. But can we just get who's voting, who's member? That's all.
Thank you for your point of order, Mr. Saray. It's a very good question. We believe there are additional members. No, he's still here. Ms. Stubbs, Ms. Stubbs, Mr. Patzer, Mr. Falk, and Mr. Jenis here as members and who are eligible right now to vote on behalf of the Conservatives. And we have Ms. Gazan here filling in for Mr. Angus. I hope that's clear? Yeah. No, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I mean, on that point of order.
On a point of order?
I do believe that if any member wants to sit at the table as a elected member of Parliament, they are able to. To your point, there's only a certain list that can vote, but if others want to be part of debate, they are allowed to be part of debate.
Thank you for your point of order. You're actually, I can't accept your point of order because you're not a...
I have a point of order then.
There you go. Mr. Jenis, on a point of order.
I'd like to confirm that Mr. Viersen is on the list, speaking list.
Mr. Jenis, thank you for your point of order.
I thought of it myself.
No, he is not on the speaking list as he is not a member of this committee subbing for somebody right now. So we will go back to the speaking order. We have Mr. Falk is up next. Mr. Falk, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, I think it's a pleasure for me to talk to this amendment brought by my colleague, Ms. Studs. And, you know, just to bring people up to speed again, I'm going to read what the amendment actually is so that viewers watching this by television understand what it is that we're talking about. So the amendment is that prior to engaging in the Liberal speaking motion that was brought forward, or study motion, number one, we first undertake the following study on Bill C-69 pursuant to Standing Order 108 subsection 2. The committee undertake a study of the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling that Bill C-69 enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act to amend the Navigation Protection Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts is unconstitutional for the purposes of this study. The committee hold A, at least 5 meetings. B, invite the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources and the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change to appear for 1 hour each. C, report its findings and recommendations to the House. And D, pursuant to Standing Order 109, request that the government table a comprehensive response to the report. And then, point number 2, complete its consideration of Bill C-49. And then the rest of the amendment or the rest of the motion that was brought forward would follow that. So really it's putting things in the right order is what this motion is doing. We've heard from the Supreme Court in their reference opinion that C-69 has many parts of it that are not charter compliant and are not constitutionally sustainable. And because of that, Bill C-49, Bill C-50 all have references to Bill C-69 in there, and sometimes the language is verbatim. And that needs to be studied more carefully or needs to be studied in the light of C-69 that should at least be charter compliant and constitutionally sustainable. And at the moment, it's not. And that's why I think it's incumbent on this committee to take a look at C-69 and look at the reference opinion that the Supreme Court has provided, and then in the light of that report, we're better able to deal, once we've done a fulsome study on C-69 and the Supreme Court's opinion, we're better able to, once that legislation has been modified and become compliant, we're better able to look at C-49 and C-50. And so what I would like to do is make a sub-amendment to the amendment at this time. Yes. And I'd like that sub-amendment to be that the witness list for the study of C-69 as proposed in the amendment include representatives of the resource companies from Timmins, James Bay.
Chair, on the list? You just move the sub-amendments to the speakers list?
So I can repeat that again, that the study include witnesses that are representative of the resource companies operating in Timmins, James Bay. Did you get that?
Point of order, Chair. I hate to interrupt my wise and learned colleague from Provencher.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Jenis, on the point of order.
I'm very grateful for your indulgence, Chair. I'm wondering if you will maintain the speaking list that was used previously for the sub-amendment, or if we should seek to be re-added to the list for a separate speaking list for consideration of the sub-amendment. I know there are some variations in the practices used by chairs across various committees.
What we've done today is when there's a new motion on the floor, we have a new speaking list, which we've already began to establish once the motion was moved.
So there's a new speaking list for the sub-amendment.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
I would like to be added to that speaking list.
And I've acknowledged that.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Very grateful.
Okay, Mr. Falk, back to you, unless you're done.
No, I'm just going to give a very brief rationale for that sub-amendment. And this is in essence the rationale why I think that's an important sub-amendment, and that's that the James Bay Treaty Number 9 territory currently supports 11 operating mines and has a workforce of 7,832 direct employees or contractors. The James Bay Treaty Number 9 territory has identified 13 critical minerals that are of specific interest to the government of Ontario, Canada, USA, EU, Australia, UK, Japan, and Korea. And even the member from Timmins, James Bay, who is a member of this committee, brought up the fact that he hasn't seen a single person in the riding receive a heat pump. And he said that he made that comment as recently as September 27th of this year. And so we need to be hearing from people from the area of Timmins, Timmins, James Bay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
We have a point of order from Mr. Saray. Mr. Saray, go ahead.
I'm a bit puzzled here. I know I missed a few hours of the conservative filibustering here on this C-50 and C-49. Where in this motion there's heat pumps? Clearly, there's issues here. We're looking at inviting the minister to come to speak on both C-50, C-49.
Point of order, Chair. I think this might be debate here. This is not a point of order.
We have a point of order to the point of order. Mr. Patzer on the point of order.
Yeah, no, this is not germane to what the conversation is here. He's debating the member, and if he could just stick to the point of order at hand, or maybe you should rule the point of order out of order. I will let you decide, Mr. Chair. That's your prerogative, not mine. But if he could just stick to the debate at hand here. This is not a debate.
I will remind all committee members not to debate during your point of orders, which we've seen many members do this throughout the day today. Not from everybody. There's lots of from earlier today, but moving forward, I'm sure we'll make our point of orders and get back to the person who has the floor. So, Mr. Falk, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate your ruling on that. And the whole issue here is that we need to hear directly from people that have been impacted by C-69. And the people that have been directly impacted are people in the natural resource sector, like oil and gas, like mining, and these people need a voice at the table. They don't feel that they're being represented. There's lots of workers there, but also the companies that support all these jobs. We need to hear from them. And how do they feel about C-69? And once we can determine that and get C-69 to the point where it is actually constitutionally sustainable and compliant, at that point, then we're much better positioned. Once that bill is corrected, and we don't want to have the Supreme Court look at C-49 and C-50 and correct that again. because of all the references made to C-69, which would make it probably also not compliant. So why would we want them to do all this duplicate work? They've got important cases to hear. They don't need to hear about the failures of this Liberal NDP government in presenting legislation to Parliament that isn't compliant. They knew it wasn't compliant. Conservatives argued long and hard when that legislation was before us in 2018, that this is not charter compliant. This does not meet the litmus test that's required for it to be constitutionally sustainable. And we weren't listened to. We were mocked and we were criticized. And now you see, Mr. Chair, what we have today, and that's the Supreme Court making a reference opinion on that piece of legislation and asking for that to be corrected. And I think it's incumbent that this committee, we're a natural resource committee, this committee study that piece of legislation. Let's help the government get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falk. We will now go to Monsieur Samard. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Mr. Patzer first. My apologies.
Yeah, I think you gave our friend from the block a heart attack there.
Point of order. Just before Mr. Patzer gets rolling, could you read out the list as it presently exists for the sub-amendment?
We have currently Mr. Patzer, then Monsieur Samard, and then yourself.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And then Mr. Angus after that. So I'd like to remind members, Mr. Viersen is not a subbing member of the committee, so I cannot acknowledge. He can sit at the table. He's going to be subbed in for me right now. Well, when he does, we will, once that sub happens. But right now, we will go to the floor to you, Mr. Patzer.
Well, thank you. But I'd like to just comment on that point of order briefly, quickly first, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Viersen, if he wants to join this debate, even as not one of the 4 voting Conservative members on this committee, he can do that. That's fully within his right to do that. If one of the independent members or, say, a member from the Green Party were to walk in and sit down at this table, they'd be able to join in this debate. So yes, they can. This is a debate on a motion. It's not a substantive part of committee policy. Right now, we're just debating a motion, and they'd be able to join into the debate.
Point of order.
Point of order.
We have a point of order from Mr. Aldyke.
Could we get clarification on whether that's factually correct? My understanding is that that's not the case. And so I'd like to have a ruling from the chair whether what Mr. Patzer is alleging is indeed the case or not.
Yeah, thank you. If you are a sitting member of the committee, you can speak. But if you are not, now that Mr. Viersen has substituted for Mr. Falk, he would be able to raise his hand and add his name to the list if he so chose to. And so now he has. We'll add him to the list.
Okay, thank you. But now, just on that point, though, again, now as I understand it, when it comes to allocations of time slots in regular committee, that it's official status parties that get time allocations for committee. Now, when we were debating a motion such as we are here, I was under the impression. Now, I appreciate what you have said, but I'm just wanting to clarify, just briefly again, that now that since we're not in the traditional framework where it's like Conservatives have a 6-minute slot, the Bloc have a 6-minute slot, I'm just wanting to clarify, is it the case then that only the 4 at the table, like, just wanting to get some clarity around that, because I understood that any member of the House of Commons actually had the ability to be recognized at a committee table outside of that.
Yeah, it's my understanding, Mr. Patzer, that a member can cede the floor to another member on committee from, if they wish. But when, in this case, Mr. Falk was here and Mr. Viersen was not substituting for him, he was not able to participate or gain the floor. So that's the ruling. And after getting information from the clerk, from our understanding, and I'll stick to that ruling. Now the floor is yours. You can continue on with your debate on the sub-amendment that was proposed.
Okay, well, I would like to challenge the chair on that point then, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, so we have a challenge by Mr. Patzer that he challenges my decision ruling on the allowance of other members in committee.
We need to vote.
So the question is the ruling of the chair sustained? So if you support my ruling as the chair, is it sustained? You could vote yes, and if you don't, you could vote no. So I will take it to a vote. I'm all in favor of sustaining the chair's ruling. Okay, a recorded vote.
Mr. Aldag?
Yes.
Ms. Chagger?
Yes.
Monsieur Serry?
As per normal committee rules, yes.
Madame Lapointe? Oui. Ms. Lambropoulos? She's not there.
I think he's back.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. There's new members for me. Mr. Sorbera?
Yes, please.
Sorry about that. Mr. Jennis?
No. No.
Mr. Vierson?
No.
Mr. Patzer?
No.
No.
Mr. Stubbs? Oh, Ms. Stubbs?
Yeah,
sorry.
no problem. No.
Mr. Simard?
Oui.
Mr. Angus?
We
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, thank you. So the ruling is sustained, and we will now move to
Point of order, Chair.
Okay, we have a point of order by Mr. Jennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When a roll call vote is made, the expectation is that members cast their votes yea or nay, not that they provide rationale for their vote in the process of voting. If every member provided rationale as part of the vote, it would slow the process down considerably, and I think the rules are fairly clear on that. Mr. Sarai tried to provide Mr. Sarai tried to take advantage of the rules, I think, and I just hope you would rule that that he should not be providing rationale for his vote in the context of a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Jennis. On the point of order, I would remind members to, when it's the time to vote, to just vote, and also vote with your microphones on, not to have your microphone off and vote. So our interpreters can register your vote in both official languages. Okay? Very good. Thank you. So we will go now back to Mr. Patzer. Mr. Patzer on the sub-amendment to the amendment.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. Let me just ask. Did I no, just on your point you just made.
You have a point of
Did I
order.
accidentally vote with my mic off, or were you talking to someone in particular?
It was another member, Ms. Stubbs, so thank you for that clarification. Okay. But we will go to Mr. Patzer. The floor is yours.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. It's yeah. Anyways, to the sub-amendment that we have at hand here, as we had laid out the case before, I think the case will be laid out again as to why we want to hear from witnesses all across the country, and certainly
we want to hear from folks who work at the mines in and around Timmins and James Bay there. And I think Mr. Falk highlighted it very well as to the importance that it means for the greater region, greater area, and in a particular resource development for economic reconciliation as well, and opportunities for all of Canada to be able to participate in the economy. So we have lots of proposals for witnesses, and certainly we just want to make sure that the area in the riding of Timmins James Bay won't be left out and forgotten, as we found out that not a single person has received a heat pump or a carbon tax carve out either. So I think it's important to make that note as well. So I think it'd be good to hear from people from Timmins James Bay. Certainly the government hasn't done much in the way of helping those folks out. We look at how just transitions have previously gone and been attempted, and we have heard previously that workers have been left out in that region of the country. So we want to hear from them about how what might happen when another just transition is forced upon resource workers in this country, and not just of the smaller scale at the first attempt that spectacularly failed was done at, but now we have a national scope and scale for a so-called just transition. Conservatives put forward another common sense motion here. Sorry, not a motion, a sub-amendment to another common sense amendment, because, as we know, after 8 years of this government and the penchant to do things that are largely unconstitutional, as we saw with Bill C-69, is problematic. So it'd be good to hear from the folks of in and around Timmins James Bay as to what their thoughts are on that, and how that's going to, if we don't deal with the issue of C-69, how that's going to play out for the folks of that area, as they're obviously looking for more involvement in the development of natural resources in that area, because we've heard the extensive list of critical minerals that are available for the energy transition, not just here in Canada, but around the world, that people are wanting for components. So trying to get the best opportunity for people to be able to speak to what's we're dealing with here at committee with these bills, getting their perspective will be of utmost importance. And I would recognize that Timmins James Bay would be another area of the country, as I was talking about the stats earlier, in Ontario, with a pretty significant amount of gas and oil that is still used for power and energy production, and without a doubt, with all the amount of mining that goes on in Timmins James Bay, certainly there'll be a lot of it will be used there as well to make sure that they can power their operations and keep the work environment in a manner that is suitable for the workers. I think it's just important that we deal with witnesses from all across the country. So I think it's why we've got another common sense sub-amendment here that we're looking forward to dealing with. And I want to thank Mr. Falk. I know he's left, for moving this amendment, and I look forward to seeing what the good people of Timmins James Bay will have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Patzer. We will now proceed to Monsieur Soumard, who is next.
Merci.
Thank you very much. I know that we could spend the whole day adding in everyone's riding names. It won't make much of a difference. Just like we could talk about rationality and we could repeat that 15 times a day, but I know that the Conservative colleagues want to be heard, but to best be heard, we should do this study on C-50. I voted against C-50 in the House, same thing for C-49, but I'm still willing to hear from the witnesses who have to talk on that bill. Like, I'm ready to hear from ministers and civil servants. I don't know what my Conservative colleague's goal is with an amendment and proposals that are a bit frivolous, but I know that there are people who are listening. And it's getting heavy. The Conservative leader is in the House and can say that people want made because they can't eat. And people in my riding find that shocking. There are people here who, instead of seriously talking about a bill, are proposing frivolous amendments and taking certain members' ridings as examples and say that others don't want to hear from them, and that's not true. And if we want to move forward, we need to vote quickly on the sum amendment, vote on Shannon's amendment, and then vote on the motion so that we can move on to the work that we have to do on C50 and C49. And I say this even though I voted against C50 and C49 in the House, but I am still ready to hear from witnesses because the people from Jonquière expect me to act in this way. And so I ask that we vote on my colleague's sub-amendment so that we can move on. Thank you.
Quick point of order, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Simard, for your comments. And Mr. Patzer, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a point of clarity on an earlier ruling that was made. Standing Order 119 does state that only members, and it says only members may vote or move motion, but what it also says, any member of the House who is not a member of a standing, special, or legislative committee may, unless the House or the committee concerned otherwise orders, take part in the public proceedings of the committee, but may not vote or move a motion, nor be part of any quorum. So it actually does say that they may take part in the debate, but not vote, not move a motion or be part of the quorum. So if they want to just have their voice heard, according to Standing Order 119, they are able to do so. So I'll just leave that with you, Chair.
Important.
It's an
important common sense
point.
addition to this.
Yeah, it's a point of privilege for members, to be honest. It's a common sense one at that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your point of order. We'll look into what you've referenced in more detail and report back once I have further information on what you've referenced.
Chair, to that point of order, it just seems extremely germane, like this very second, to the confidence and the credibility and the clarity of what we're doing at this committee. So I'm not quite certain how we could possibly proceed if we have a potential discrepancy here on a real basic rule.
So we've made a decision earlier.
But it's the rule to govern this committee.
Well,
and it's
we've made
really right now.
We've made a ruling earlier from the information and my understanding of it. Mr. Patzer has provided some information on a standing order. And
He's read the standing order.
Yes, and we will get
some information on it.
We will get further clarity. If there's more clarity provided, we will come back and provide that to you.
Really seems to me for confidence in these proceedings, we
better
better get this clarity right now, and then we can proceed.
That's on the point of order. If there's another point of order, that's what I've provided right now.
Perhaps there will be another
I'm
point of
asking the clerk to look into the matter, and as soon as I get some information back, I will advise the committee accordingly.
Point of privilege, Mr. Chair.
We don't have points of privilege, Mr. Viersen, so...
All right.
You can raise questions of privilege.
Well, I would just, point of order then, Mr. Chair.
Yes, on the point of order, Mr. Viersen.
I would just like to thank my colleague for pointing out that this is the first time I've ever been denied being added to the speaking order while not being subbed in. Yeah, so this is, I totally thought I would be on the speaking order.
You are in debate. You actually are on the speaking order,
now
Mr.
I am because I'm subbed in.
Yes.
But I tried to get on the speaking order before I was subbed in. And I know that folks back home, C69 is something that they're very passionate about, hence I'm here. to speak to it. And the fact that I was unable to get on there does seem to be limiting
This
to my
is point of
privileges as a
debate.
member of
Yeah, we are getting into debate. You are on the speaking order. You will have your opportunity on the sub-amendment.
Point of order, Chair, to this
provide
point
that.
of order, what we are talking about is the ability of members of parliament here to do our democratic duty on behalf of our constituents and all Canadians. So my colleague
Challenge the
read the
chair.
standing order. He did not give some information about it. He read the standing order. The standing orders are the rules that govern the House of Commons and the committee. They are the foundation of the democratic exercise here of elected representatives representing the common sense of the common people who sent us here to do these jobs. So it seems to me that we need to get clarity on this right now. Otherwise,
Chair,
the
they can-
entire
So-
in real-time proceedings of this committee and our abilities to do our jobs on behalf of the people who sent us here may be compromised. I would suggest for confidence in these proceedings and every minute after that, we get this clarity first and then we proceed.
Yeah, yeah, and on that, point of
No, we had
order,
a, hold on,
challenge
we had a
the
point of
chair.
order from Mr. Angus. We're going to go to him first on the point of order. Mr. Angus.
Yes, I'm waiting to speak on their latest boutique sub-amendment, but if they don't like the ruling, they have the right to challenge a chair. Otherwise, what they're doing is obstruction. So challenge a chair, or let's carry on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Angus. A ruling was made earlier, and the chair was challenged, and the ruling was upheld. So we are going to proceed. Back
no,
to
no,
the
I had a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead on the point of order.
Well, I guess part of why I brought up that standing order was I am also concerned about precedents that we are setting by ignoring certain standing orders and basically effectively stripping the rights and privileges of members of Parliament, of all members, whether they are part of a party with official status or not, being able to have their rights stripped from them in this situation. So I do think that we need to be mindful of precedents that are being set here, because as my colleague from Peace River Westlock did mention, that he was actually denied the opportunity to speak, but which according to the standing order, he had every right to have his name on that list. Now, he was not able to move a motion, which he was not attempting to do. He was not asking to be a voting member of this committee, which was clearly established because Mr. Falk was still here. But he was merely attempting to get on a speaking list. And the standing order itself does specifically state that they may take part in the public proceedings of the committee. And that is what Mr. Viersen was attempting to do. So I think that it is very important that we make this very clear what is going on right now.
Challenge the chair.
Yes, and thank you for your intervention. As mentioned, our colleague who's here is on the list, and he will get an opportunity to speak. He's actually up pretty quick. If we can move to our next speaker, and then he'll have an opportunity to provide his interventions as he wishes. But we the chair made a ruling earlier, and I'll uphold that ruling. The chair was challenged, and the ruling was upheld, I would say, by committee members. I think there's a number of committee members who supported that ruling, so we will proceed back to the sub-amendment. And if I get further clarity on any changes to that, we will provide them. But I'm...
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I
you have a point of order?
I would just, as a point of privilege, I'm going to.
There's no point of privilege. If you have a point of order, you can.
A point of privilege is.
You have a point of privilege.
A chair. There are two interventions that you can make. One is a point of order, and one is a point of privilege. A point of order is when it has to do with the operations of the meeting. A point of privilege has to do whether in one person's, either your participation in the meeting, or somebody else's ability to participate in the meeting, and that's what that is. So maybe you might move a point of privilege if there was too much noise in here, and you'd say, Mr. Speaker, there's too much noise, or Mr. Chair, there's too much noise in here. Can you get the meeting calmed down because I can't hear what's going on? That would be a point of privilege. In this case, the point of privilege is that I was not placed on the speaking list. Therefore, my privileges as a member of Parliament were being denied. And so I would ask for you to rule on that point of privilege as well, as to whether my privileges were denied by your actions of not putting me on the speakers list, and I look forward to your ruling on that. Thanks.
So,
Chair, just can I speak on this?
we need not just as we need a point of order. If you have a point of order,
I'd like to speak on the point that was raised.
Do you have a point of order?
It was, I believe, it was.
We're not debating. It's not up for debate. It's up that.
Chair, you are bound by the rules as we all are. The
So
member.
do you have a point of order, Mr. Dennis?
It's on the same point of order that my colleague just raised.
Okay, so you do have a point of order?
It's on the same point that was just raised.
Do you have a point of order?
It's on the same point that was just raised. So yes, of course.
Okay, just say you have a point of order, and I'll give you.
It's not a new point. It's on the point that was raised. So I do want to quote from Bosque and Gagnon, Chapter 3, on the issue of privilege in committee proceedings, because I think there is respectfully some confusion about not from my colleague, of course, but there is some confusion elsewhere about how privilege is supposed to be dealt with at committee. So I'll just quote the passage here. It is at some length, but I think it will help members. Since the House has not given its committees the power to punish any misconduct, breach of privilege, or contempt directly, committees cannot decide such matters. They can only report them to the House. Only the House can decide if an offence has been committed. Speakers have consistently ruled that, except in the most extreme cases, they will hear questions of privilege arising from committee proceedings only upon presentation of a report from the committee which deals directly with the matter, nor as a question of privilege raised by an individual member. As Speaker Milliken indicated in response to a question of privilege raised in 2003 concerning the disclosure of a confidential draft committee report, in the absence of a report from the committee on such an issue, it is virtually impossible for the chair to make any judgment as to the prima facie occurrence of a breach of privilege with regard to such charges. Most matters which have been reported by committees have concerned the behavior of members, witnesses of the public, or disregard for committee order. Committees have reported to the House on the refusal of witnesses to appear. Sorry, I'll just skip down to this next section. Should a member wish to raise a question of privilege in committee, or should some event occur in committee which appears to be a breach of privilege or contempt, the chair of the committee will recognize the member. So here we go. The chair of the committee will recognize the member and hear the question of privilege, or in the case of some incident, suggest the committee deal with the matter. The chair, however, has no authority to rule that a breach of privilege or contempt has occurred. The role of chairs in such instances is to determine whether the matter raised does, in fact, touch on.
Point of order, please.
Not.
I am
on a point of order.
Monsieur le Président,
Hold on.
oui.
We have a point of order by Mr. Simard.
This is a point of order.
Yes,
Oui.
and he's
Oui.
allowed to have a
Oui.
point of order on your point of order.
Vous avez rendu.
We challenged your decision, we voted on it, and now we're coming back to a decision that has already been voted on. And we understand how it works. Members can speak when we receive witnesses. We can give our speaking time to colleagues. But when we're talking about a motion, it is only members of a committee who can speak. The clerk stated it, the chair stated it, and now we're debating this, and I have no idea where the debate is going. But this is futile, and it's coming back on a decision that you made. So I would like to know from the clerk, is what I'm saying correct? Are the only people who can speak on a motion the members of a committee? Can any member speak on a motion? If there were 15 block members, could they all speak on this? I don't think this is how it works. Perhaps we need this clarity so that we can move on to something else.
Point of order.
Thank you.
I have a point of order.
Okay, so
that I was in
hold
the
on.
middle of.
I want to address Monsieur Simard's point of order.
I was in the middle of my point of order when you interrupted me for him to give his point of order, and then you let him
He is
finish, even
allowed
though
to
I
make
wanted to
a
come in
point
with
of
my point
order.
of order, and then
Mr.
you said
Dennis,
you get to speak first.
He is allowed to make a point of order, so you can
Am I allowed to
wait
make a
until
point of
you're
order now?
acknowledged.
I have a point of order.
Okay, so you can wait, and then the floor will go back to you in a second.
Chair, should we suspend, or are we suspended, or what's happening?
Okay, so once again, on what Monsieur Sumar raised, a ruling was made earlier by the chair. The standing order reference by our colleague earlier is open for interpretation. I've interpreted the way I did. I made the ruling here in committee, and it was sustained by the committee members. So the member who is sitting now does have the ability to participate, as he will be momentarily, I hope.
Point of order.
And he can do that. Okay, so now I'll proceed. Is this a point of order to Mr. Genes's point
No,
of order?
to what you just said.
In the middle of a point of order.
Mr. Genes is, I've made my ruling. The chair's ruling was sustained by committee. We'll proceed.
Chair, sorry, on the point of order, it's first of all, it's a completely different matter because you made a ruling and that ruling was sustained. That ruling violated the privileges of members. Right. Then my colleague tried to raise a question of privilege, and members across the way claimed.
Challenge the chair. Or sit down.
Mr. Timmins James Bay, I
so
will continue.
Genes,
I am
Mr.
already
Genes,
seated, though.
Are you challenging the chair? Are you challenging the chair on your point of order?
Sorry, I wasn't aware the chair had made a ruling on the second matter. The second matter, the second matter is on the matter of questions of privilege. Now, members, as I was reading, members have a right to raise questions of privilege at committee. Members across the way don't seem to understand that, but privilege exists at committee. It's not just a matter of the House, it is a matter of committee. Members can raise questions of privilege at committee. You made a ruling, you did. It was sustained by the committee. It was, but it was a ruling that violated the privilege of members when it comes to the right to speak in committee. So a chair does not have the ability to ignore the privileges of members of parliament, as you have tried to do. And in this context, we have now sought to raise a question of privilege, which I would think.
Question de règlement, Monsieur le Président. Question de règlement.
Point of order.
You're getting into debate now. Okay.
No, I'm not, Chair,
hold
but
on.
go ahead.
If you allow me as the chair, the member wished to raise a question of privilege during the committee meeting, which he did. I allowed the member to explain the situation, which the member did, and then the chair determined whether that question relates to parliamentary privilege. At that time, I interpreted the question at hand. The committee voted on it, and according to the privilege this member has, he is going to participate at our committee today. So he is up, and that decision was made earlier. We will now proceed to the next member on our committee.
Point of order. So, Mr. Chair, one point for clarity, I think, here would be that when I challenged you, it was just on an open comment in regards to the rights and privileges of the member. This second go-around here where we are discussing is a direct quote from the actual standing order. Yes. So it is actually substantively different. So now we have, I read into the record the actual standing order that governs it, that if we accept the vote that happened there, you are effectively rewriting this standing order without us actually even talking about that particular standing order in that moment. So I'm just letting you...
Mr. Hatzer, a decision was made. You can challenge the chair. You have that right. You have the right to challenge the chair if you would like to do so again.
Well, we're trying to help you help yourself here,
well,
so you don't put yourself in a position.
I have enough people to help myself, to help me. And
Chair, we just want there to be confidence in you here at this committee.
Well, you know what?
And that's really important to your Albertan constituents, too, for sure.
Ms. Stubbs, Mr. Patzer had the floor on a point of order, and that's the ruling. The committee upheld and sustained the ruling of the chair. I see that with that, the committee members have confidence in what we are doing today, and the important work of C50 and C49, the motion that was brought forward and the amendments and now the sub-amendment. So I would like to get back to the sub-amendment, to the individuals who are speaking, and so we can continue to debate the sub-amendment.
Chair,
Okay,
just so we
Mr.
all
Chair.
can have confidence, can you just review the
Look,
speaking list
I
again?
can't acknowledge unless there's a point of
Oh,
order.
point of order. Could you just
Okay.
review the speaking list again for us, just so we can all be clear? On what topic, on what?
So
on
we
what
are
Because, you know,
on the
that's,
sub-amendment.
it's evolved throughout the day. So.
Well, we are on the sub-amendment to the amendment.
And the speaking list is?
Okay, and Mr. Jennings is up next on the speaking list.
And then who after that?
Then-
No, Chair, I was.
No,
You said Mr. Simard and then Mr. Angus.
we have
You
Mr.
said-
Jennings, then Mr. Angus. My apologies, Mr. Jennings, then.
You'd said Mr. Simard, then Mr. Angus.
Point of order?
I guess
Point
you
of
can
order?
challenge the
Point of
chair,
order?
Charlie.
Okay, so I'm going to ask all members. We have Mr. Jennings and then Mr. Angus.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by moving that the privilege of the member for Peace River Westlock have been breached when the Chair and the committee refused to allow him to speak on C69. That is a privilege motion, which is now properly before the committee. And I will now speak on that question of privilege. And it will be up to the Chair to determine, it'll be up to the committee ultimately to determine whether to forward a report on that matter of privilege to the House, but I will, that is a privilege motion, and I will now speak to it. So we were undertaking a debate on an important matter that is Bill C-69, an amendment in relation to a programming motion on Bill C-49 and C-50, that there was an amendment.
J'aurais une question de règlement, Monsieur le Président.
I would have a call to order.
From Peace River
Je voudrais
Westlock
juste-
was trying to speak as he is permitted
Hold on a
to.
sec. Mr. Jennings, if you could hold, please.
Thank you.
Je voudrais juste qu'on ait...
I would just, because if I've understood correctly, we cannot raise a question of a point of privilege in a committee meeting. Can the clerk confirm whether or not it is possible to raise a point of privilege in committee? If it's not, well then, Mr. Ginnis, his argument isn't worth anything. So I would like to know whether or not we can raise a point of privilege. To my knowledge, we cannot. And so the whole argument is void in that case.
So we have a point of order by Mr. Simard and a question to the clerk, and so I'm just going to...
Chair, can I get a point of order, please?
Yes, go ahead on the point of order.
It is not, is it not my understanding, is it not the clerk's understanding, clerk, if you can opine on this, that a member on this committee cannot move a privilege motion? Privilege motions are directly for in the House.
On that point of order, that's not you. In fact, you can't raise a privilege motion in
Okay,
the House if it's a matter.
I'd ask the member not to debate with the mic on.
And
We
after
will
8
ask the
years, the
clerk
NDP Liberals
to
don't
get...
know this. Wow.
Colleagues, I'm going to suspend for a few moments, just so we have an opportunity to talk to the clerk. Thank you. back. I will go to Mr. Jennis, who had the floor.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I've moved a motion of privilege that I understand that we're debating. So, is that what you were consulting on? Is that what we're doing right now, or?
Yes, you have the floor, Mr. Jennis, where you left off.
Okay. Thank you. So we're debating the privilege motion that I put forward, privilege is important. Privilege is what protects the rights of members of Parliament to do their jobs and represent their constituents. Privilege is sort of steeped in history and tradition in this place, I think, given the way sort of privilege is colloquially used these days, it's important to underline that the assertions of privilege in the parliamentary context are very different from discussions of privilege that happen in sort of the wider culture. Typically, when people are talking about privilege in a sort of cultural context today, they're referencing sort of somebody claiming a particular personal advantage, something that is proper to them, that they want for themselves and their own use or benefit, therefore, when privileged people assert privilege, it's understandably not met with a lot of applause most of the time. But in a parliamentary context, the assertion of privilege actually has the opposite character, in that privilege is not the ability of a person to do what they want for their own benefit. Rather, it is the assertion of the responsibility of an individual to
Question de règlement, Monsieur le Président. Question de règlement.
Point of order, please, Mr. Chair.
Je laisserai Monsieur.
I will let Mr. Genus continue after the word privilege if he likes, but I would like an answer to the question that I raised earlier. What I understood of procedure is that we cannot raise a point of privilege in committees, and we could look to Chapter 3 on privilege. And it states clearly that in a standing committee, a special committee or a joint committee, because the House did not give to its committees the possibility to decide, and so they cannot do so. That is in the guide, and so I would like to know by you or the clerk, can we raise a point of privilege in committee? Yes or no? I don't think that by explaining privilege and its root, we're not going to find out whether or not it can be done. So if you can answer, and then we'll let Mr. Janus continue.
Point of order, it might be helpful while it's being looked at.
We will hold. The question was if the clerk could, so just...
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to answer
We'll
the
ask
question.
you to pause. We'll ask you to
That's
pause.
fine, yeah, no problem. I'm sure the answer will be found regardless.
Oh, Garnet, you're a conservative Albertan, so none of the NDP Liberals want to hear from you. Point of order, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you for taking the time to do this. It is why earlier I suggested maybe we do suspend to get clarity so that we can all do our jobs on behalf of the people that we represent. And that certainly is what this elitist sounding word privilege means to all of us as members of Parliament, to be able to represent the common people who sent us here to fight for them.
Do you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Simard, for your point of order. I will ask the clerk to provide an opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee itself does not have the power to rule on a question of privilege. Only the Speaker of the House has that power. Somebody can raise the question in committee. The chair then decides if it touches on privilege, if it relates to privilege, at which point then the committee can agree to a report to the House, where then it'll be taken up in the House.
That's exactly correct. Thank you. So I raised the issue of privilege, which the committee does not have jurisdiction to rule on. And I have raised this question of privilege because I believe the privileges of a member have been violated. And therefore...
Mr. Angus, on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Genius's privileges were not affected. So for him to raise an issue of privilege on something that is not that does not affect him is completely mute. This is what we're seeing is just obstruction. So they're
Point of
using
order.
every tool in the rule book. I'm not finished here. This
Point
is
of
a
order.
serious issue. You
Point of
cannot-
order. Point of order.
Colleagues,
You can
colleagues,
shut me down, but this
I will
issue
let
is-
Mr.
it
Angus.
was not
Mr. Angus, could you just pause? I'll ask Mr. Angus to finish his point of order, and then we're going to.
You didn't get to finish his.
There's a point of order, and then is there a point of order on the point of order?
Yeah, on what Mr. Angus is saying
Okay, so
as of
Mr.
right
Angus,
now.
just pause for 1 sec. We'll go on the point of order for Mr. Patzer.
Yeah, I think Mr. Angus needs to make sure he has his facts correct, because that what Mr. Angus is saying is actually not true. That is not what the point of privilege is. So you should
Mr.
be
Patzer,
correct
we're now
about what
getting
you are
into
asserting.
debate, so
No,
I'll ask you
it's the
acknowledge
facts,
your
not
point
debate.
of order. Mr. Angus,
Point of order.
to the point
Chair,
of order,
this
please.
is the problem we're having all day. Yes, Mark, it is the problem we're having all day to do this work on behalf of our constituents, which is our duty.
This is debate.
Like
Ms. Stubbs on the point of order,
Charlie
please.
has been flip-flopping the entire meeting.
This is debate.
And unfortunately, what's happening with your decisions is that they're coming into question. So there's
So,
real concern
okay,
about
on the point of
clarity
order,
and
on the
confidence
point of order,
in
we are gonna
this
go to-
committee's ability to
Thank
do our
you.
job, which is our duty on behalf of the people who
We are in
elected
debate
us.
now. Mr. Angus, on the point of order, please, if we can focus on the point of order.
I was trying to focus on the point of order, but I see that the pattern all day is the interruptions and the intimidation. Mr. Genius comes to this committee for the first time. His privilege is not at issue here. So when he has the floor, he cannot take it as an issue of privilege. He was usurping that role. He could have spoken to the motion. Instead, he tried to interfere with something that is not in his
Chair,
turf.
point of order,
it's not
Chair.
his. I'm finishing.
Sorry,
my
Charlie.
point
I'll
of
wait. I'll
order.
wait. I'm concerned about whether or not your headphones working properly so that you can hear it. Because now it's a multiple time
Sorry.
that you're making a claim that's not true. But I'll just wait until you're done.
Sorry, Chair.
Point of order. Point of order. On that point of order.
All right, I'll ask all members to let the member who is speaking speak, please. So, Mr. Angus, on the point of order.
I think it's pretty straightforward. Mr. Genius took the floor on when he was supposed to be speaking on the sub amendment, which is the latest of their boutique amendments, and then he tried to claim that he was defending the rights of Mr. Vierson, who sits there. He cannot take to the House a privilege that has nothing to do with him, and he can't use his position while he was speaking on another amendment to raise a point of privilege on behalf of a member who's
Point of
sitting.
order on that point.
This is ridiculous. It's a gong show. Is what
Miss,
we're witnessing.
Mr. Angus, thank you. We have a point of order by Mr. Patzer.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point here is that any member can raise a point of privilege on this particular point of issue. Mr. Jenice has every right to be able to raise a point of privilege on behalf of another member. That's fully within the scope here. So his point of order is not correct.
Thank you. We will go back to Mr. Jenice.
Wonderful. With great respect for Mr. Angus, the motion that I moved in relation to the privilege issue was that the privilege of the member for Peace River Westlock have been breached. So there cannot have been much doubt from the beginning about whose privileges I was speaking about. The privileges of all members are surely a matter of concern for this committee, and
So
I don't
point of
think we
order?
would.
We have a point of order from Mr. Angus.
I doubt it's
Yes,
point
Chair,
of order,
I'd asked you to rule whether or not Mr. Genius taking the floor and then moving a point of privilege on behalf of another member was actually relevant, or whether or not this is more of obstruction. I was looking for ruling whether or
Okay.
not it should be Mr. Vierson raising his issue of privilege, because Mr. Vierson seems to be the person who feels he was
Thank
slighted,
you.
even
Thank
though
you for your
voted by the
point of
chair.
order. I'm going to just ask, you asked for a ruling, so I'm just going to get advice from the clerk on what you've asked.
This is like death by delay, just like everything else the NDP Liberals do.
Colleagues, I am going to suspend for a few moments until the clerk can get the information back to us.
Order, Chair, if you don't mind.
So we have a point of order on Mr. Angus's point of order.
No, it's a separate point of order, Mr. Chair. I'm just
Can we rule first on if it's a separate point of order, unless it's on Mr. Angus's point of order, because the clerk does have advice for the committee.
Okay,
based on the question asked.
For sure. Okay.
Okay. I'll ask the clerk to provide advice based on Mr. Angus's question on his point of order.
So, Mr. Chair, perhaps you could just, sorry, clerk, thank you. Maybe you could just remind everyone what Mr. Angus's question was. So many stops and
I think
starts.
that will be answered in the. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So according to the book, if an incident arises in within the committee's proceedings that may constitute a breach of privilege, anybody can raise it if it's considered to be an incident of the committees.
Okay. Now we have Mr. Patzer on a point of order.
Yes, Chair, because there's been lots happening going on here. At the start of when my colleague moved his motion, I do believe that I had raised my hand for the speaking list. I'm just curious if you can confirm who the next 2 or 3 speakers are on the speaking list for this motion.
Mr. Janis, it's you, Mr. Patzer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. So if there are no further points of order for the time being for Mr. Angus, I'll continue with my remarks, and I'm grateful for that opportunity. Chair, I was just I think before I was interrupted, I was talking about the way in which the term privilege is sort of colloquially used, and contrasting that with what privilege means in the particular context of a parliamentary process. The privileges of parliamentarians, by contrast with the way the term privilege is typically used now, are not the assertions of individual entitlements. Rather, they are in many respects, the assertion of the opposite. That is, of the particular tools associated with obligations for members of Parliament who are conduits for magnifying the interests, priorities, and concerns of the people in their constituency. We protect the rights of members of Parliament. We protect the privileges of members of Parliament, not because they are special, but because the people they represent are special and deserve to have their voices heard in the House. That is why we talk about privilege, because our ability as members of Parliament to do our job is the essential vehicle through which constituents, the people who live in our communities across the country, are able to have their priorities, concerns, etc., reflected. So we have responsibilities as members of Parliament to share, to be representatives of the common good of our constituents, and we have tools that allow us to fulfill those responsibilities. If members fail to take seriously their responsibilities, then they will likely not continue in their roles. But if members are denied the tools that allow them to fulfill their responsibilities, perhaps because of the actions of other members of Parliament, perhaps because of other administrative or incidental factors, then the voices of the people they are supposed to be representing are absent from this place. So I would extol members in their consideration of this question of the privileges of the member for Peace River Westlock to think of this not particularly as as a matter of, in a colloquial sense, the privileges of the member for Peace River Westlock, but rather to think of it as the just rights of the people of Peace River Westlock, and their right to be heard in Parliament through their duly elected member. And that when the member for Peace River Westlock is obstructed in his ability to fulfill his responsibilities as a member, then in fact the people of Peace River Westlock have been obstructed in their ability to be heard. This is foundational to every concept of representative democracy, that we speak here not in our own right, but we speak here because we have been sent here by the people who we have a sacred trust to serve as their representative. And of course, as their representatives, we exercise our own considered judgment. We are not merely delegates of hostile interests, to paraphrase Burke. We owe our constituents both our industry and our judgment, so we don't cease to be sort of independently thinking, operating, considering individuals, but we frame our considerations of these matters with reference to the common good of our constituents, and we always consider, evaluate, and work with an eye to the interests of to the well-being and to the common good of the people within our constituencies, which isn't quite the same as their interests, but that's maybe another conversation for another day. I'm being particular in my choice of the phrase "common good," but so when. So this is the basis of our system of representative democracy, the responsibilities that we have as members of Parliament and the fact that we need tools to have them. So when members of Parliament assert, this is my privilege has been violated, I want my privileges protected, this is not the same as a private person making those assertions. Rather, it is a sense of responsibility from constituents that lead people to raise these issues. And I think, as such, it is not only the right of members who feel their privileges have been violated to raise these matters of privilege, but they also have a responsibility to do so. If my colleague from Peace River Westlock or other members who had at times felt that their privileges had been violated would passively allow chairs or committees or incidental events to disrupt them in their ability to do their jobs, then they would be, in fact, denying their responsibility to their constituents. So we have not only a right to assert the doctrines of privilege when violations of privilege emerge. We not only have the right to assert those doctrines of privilege, we actually have, I believe, a responsibility to assert those doctrines of privilege, because it is through that assertion that we protect our ability to serve our constituents. And also, I think we are seeking to preserve the structure of our representative democracy for our future constituents, for future citizens in our areas and other areas, because we see here, I think, the power of precedent. That is, when processes unfold that if we have processes that unfold that violate the privileges of members and they become commonplace, they're allowed to take place, and they're ignored, then those violations of privilege themselves become precedent that will facilitate perhaps other instances where privileges are violated. And this is the process by which there can be a gradual erosion of the strength of our representative democracy and move to something less than the authentic fulfillment of what that system is supposed to be. So privilege, as I have said,
point of order, Mr. Chair,
is not. Oh.
We have a point of order from Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Chair, can I just confirm that I am now on the speaker list? And if I'm not, could I be placed?
Would you like to be added to the speakers list?
Yes, please. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jennis.
Chair, I wouldn't want to be accused like I was earlier, or someone was, about not speaking in their mic, but of course the
Do we have a point of
question
order, Ms.
yeah,
Stubbs?
a point of order, that the question about our colleague speaking, I think that's where this all started, so that's great that you were putting him on the speaking list.
Thank you for your point of order. We just want to make sure that members acknowledge the chair if they do want to be put on the list, and the member did, so it's acknowledged. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jennis.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll happily continue with my remarks, just remembering where I was here. So the doctrine of privilege is something particular and unique in the context of parliamentary democracy. It is distinct from the doctrine of privilege.
Appel au règlement, Monsieur le Président.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
J'aimerais juste
I would just like to not go over the same thing. I would just like to confirm who are the Conservative members currently. There are 4 Conservative members presently. Who are the Conservative members with permanent positions? If we don't want to relive the same scenario as earlier where everyone is asking to speak, I would just like to have a list of the Conservative members presently.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard a demandé une liste des membres conservateurs qui vont voter. Donc, sur ce rappel au règlement, Monsieur Patter, je pense que ça a déjà été dit. Nous avons nos 4 membres déjà identifiés par la greffière, les 4 membres du comité.
If I could ask the clerk just to name them for the interests of members of the committee so they're aware.
So we have Mr. Jennis, Mr. Falk, Mr. Patzer, and Ms. Stubbs.
Monsieur le Président.
Chair. Given that information, you have Mr. Viersen who just asked you to go on the list. So at this time, if I understand properly, Mr. Viersen was on the list?
What else should I say about privilege?
Right? Yeah. You say that the. Why was he added earlier?
Are you asking, Monsieur Simard, I just want to be clear, are you asking for a ruling or are you clear with what was provided?
Unfortunately, I do not know what happened. I do not know if at the moment where Mr. Viersen asked to take the floor, if he was still the member or if it was Mr. Falk that was there. So if there were 4 Conservative members, excluding Mr. Viersen, I believe he does not have the right to take the floor, as we said earlier. And as we said earlier, if that is the case, well, I would say that relating to the standing orders, I would ask to remove Mr. Viersen from the list of people taking the floor. I do not want to rehash out the debate, but that would be what is procedurally sound.
We
to
do
this
have
point of order.
a point of order on.
To this point.
We have a point of order by Ms. Stubbs. Go ahead. On the point of order.
Yeah, Chair, I guess our colleague could challenge your ruling, as others have said, that they could challenge the chair. But, you know, earlier at 3:40, you had talked about our colleague not being allowed to be added to the speaking list. So then you refused to participate. But then, as we've come back in here, you did acknowledge and put it back on the speaking list and said that we could proceed. So I guess if, you know, Mr. Simar or anybody else has an issue with the decision you've since made since we've come back, they can challenge the chair. But
on the point of order, earlier, there was a decision made as a member had raised that the member was not, and the chair had made a ruling, and the chair was challenged. A member did raise that the member was not in, and that's why the chair had made a ruling at that time, and the chair was challenged.
Okay, so Chair,
point of order.
We have a
Mr.
point of
Simard
order
seems to be
on-
litigating the decision you've made since we came
Point of order.
since
Well,
we
we're
came
not
back, which
gonna-
was that
I think-
our Arnold Viersen can speak. You've made that decision since we came back.
We're getting
Point of
into
order.
now debate. I think I've provided some additional clarity. If I
Point of order.
have not, there's another point of order that the individual can raise.
Yes,
Point
but
of
I had
order.
also raised a point of order before Charlie, so I think I am
Charlie,
actually.
sorry, I did
No,
not
I don't
hear.
think so.
I did not hear from the point of order from Mr. Angus. So we'll go to Mr. Patzer on the point of order. Then we'll go to yourself, Mr. If you still have a point of order, Mr. Angus. Go ahead, Mr.
Yes,
Patzer.
I do.
Okay, so I just want to, just for the record, the actual clip of the interaction that we had back at 3:39 p.m. From MP Sari over here. He mentioned that, sorry. His quote was, I see there's Jeremy, Ted, Garnett. They've all asked to be acknowledged. I just want to know who's the members across the way, who is voting, who is member. So in the context of the previous discussion that we had, the point was raised by one of the colleagues across that in regards to who was voting. And that was the context at which our whole debate and everything happened earlier this afternoon. So now, given that we had the whole vote go down over that, so I'm just trying to make sure that we in the context of what had happened, but also based on what the Standing Order 119 says, we have a member trying to just be part of public. Let me just bring up the actual. Take part in the public proceedings of the committee. So he's not trying to vote, which that's what was asked for by my colleague from the government. His quote was, who is voting? And then we had our whole big everything that happened from that point onward basically up until now was over the quote that was, who is voting, who is member. So now my colleague, Mr. Viersen, wants to take part in the public proceeding part of the committee. You have just recently acknowledged that he is on the speaking list. You added him to the speaking list so he can take part in the public proceeding of the committee.
By Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus on the point of order.
Thank you. My colleagues just keep relitigating things to kill time, but Mr. Simard had raised an important point. Mr. Viersen is not a member of the committee. The Conservatives are at full strength. You had made a ruling earlier. It was upheld by the committee. Mr. Simard has raised an issue. I think we need to get a ruling on Mr. Simard's question to you, which I think is a very straightforward one, which is now, once again, we're back to full strength on the Conservatives, and Mr. Viersen is not a member of committee. Based on your earlier ruling that was upheld, will you give us a ruling on Mr. Simard's question?
So from advice from the clerk, any member can sit at the table and participate unless there's an objection from a committee member.
Point of order.
Point of order from
Perkins. Point of order. As an associate member of this committee, as I am of every committee in Parliament, our whip signed us up that way when we were, then I request that I be added to the speakers list, as I believe Mr. Viersen is
Point of
also
order.
an associate member of this committee.
I will, we have a point of order from Mr. Aldag.
In what
Do you
form
not
does
have to
that
rule on my
objection
point
have
of
to
order
be
first?
lodged? You said, or the clerk had indicated that everyone can participate unless...
A question is not a
complaint
point of
lodged.
order, Mr. Chair.
It's a,
No.
absolutely a point of order. It's a question of procedure. Just...
So the question on, can you just clarify your point of order, Mr. Aldag?
Just, I'm looking for clarification on what the ruling was. We were just told that anyone can participate unless they're with
an objection.
consent or unless challenged by a member of the committee. I just didn't hear what that was, and I'm wondering in what form that would need to be shown.
Thank you, Mr. Aldag. We're just finding, and the clerk will advise momentarily.
On my point of order, Mr. Chair, I believe you have...
Just waiting on a ruling, Mr. Perkins, on
But
information by the clerk.
I raised it before MP Aldridge did.
Yeah, well, it's on the, he raised a point of order on your point of order, so we're waiting for a ruling from the clerk. If you can wait patiently, you'll be able to interject in a moment.
I'm happy to stand on my question if we want to get back to Mr. Perkins, but it's a question that I would like to see ordered, answered at some point.
Sorry, point of order.
Mr. Aldag, thank you for the point of order. We are looking at it, but we are going to suspend for the remainder of the evening.